Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, greetings and salutations. Happy time zones to you all. Welcome to this installment of Red Continues to Play Stationeers, part 4. For those of you that are watching the full VOD of, excuse me, automating our fabrication room. That's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. We did a stream yesterday, Sunday. Today is Monday, the 20th of October 2025. We did a little bit of a bonus stream yesterday where I did some coding, for those of you that caught it, of the fabrication room. A bit confused why all this stuff's on the floor in here, but anyway, we'll go with it. Head to the fab room. We've started making progress. We made some serious progress. The printer will request object or the materials. It will then do the print. It will send the materials back. But at the moment, it is assuming that it has its own vending machine. And just to get things working, up and running, that's what I'm going to do. Oh yeah, we've got this little dial here. I want to get these lights working and this to work as well. We did a bit of bit masking, going to what they call the stack on the machines. Basically, it's a nice, easy way of sending a command to a device, a printer, or vending machine, or sorter, or stacker, in such a way that you send basically a number, a hex number, a hex number, and that then tells the sorter, the vending machine, to deploy a stack size of X amount, or to accept or reject this, that, and the other. So at the moment, what's happening? This sorter basically goes, anything that's not an ingot is accepted through here. So anything that's not an ingot is accepted. Anything that is an ingot is not accepted and goes through here and returns to the vending machine. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set up a quick and dirty, let's get this room running so that we can take stuff out of the build room. And start having things a bit closer to what we want, make it usable. We're going to continue working on it. Ideally, what I want to do is have everything go into one chute, which then goes into one vending machine. That one vending machine then serves all 4 printers, rather than then having to balance ingots across various vending machine. That's what we want to do. So let's go downstairs and have a look and see where we left it, because honestly I cannot remember. Right, okay, so we're setting up for the vending machine. Oh, that was it. To use the iced or the refrigerated vending machine, because it comes with its own stacker. The game music sounds a bit loud, actually. Turn the game up a little bit more. Right, so yeah, it will basically tell you what it wants. Yes, at the moment you have to hit multiple times. So you say, I want some copper ingots. You click it, it will send the copper ingots. It will then tell you that it needs iron. You click it, it will. What I want to do is ultimately get that so that that's just a one press. It gets the stuff, it does the print, and then returns everything. So, but we're doing it in phases. This is currently phase 2, and we're just working on it. Right, refrigerated. So a vending machine, refrigerated vending, comes from kit vending refrigerated. That's what I want. I don't believe I've got no vending machine. I thought it was just an offshoot of the vending machine. Okay, let's send... We're going to use the refrigerated one, not because it's going to keep our alloys cold or anything like that, but because it comes with an integral stacker. So that means one less machine. I could have a stacker leading into the back of the vending machine, and it might well do the same job. What would be nice is if it's stacked according to the slot inside Electrum. Was I trying to make Electrum? I can't remember. No, I don't want those on. That one. Can't remember if I was making Electrum or just over here, which I can see what's going on. I'm just trying something out a little bit different as well today. I've got the large monitor stroke TV, the stream rig turned on, so it's in the corner, so it's just there. I don't know if it just adds to the background or not. Right, so there's gold. There's silver. Right. Wow, there's more instructions that are appearing. Side note, purge button or side note, purge button often or during ingot type switch when range of pressure is great. More minor automation like regulator and screen off. Purge purge only for tier 2 and 3 allow, or if the furnace temperature is very far from the target and it's full. Okay. Let's choose Electrum. Turn that on. I have 315 grams. Set that 315. There is nothing in there, right? Nothing in there. Because I was trying to make solder yesterday, and weirdly, it kept telling me that there was only 2 ores. When Butter had a look, he had 3 ores in there, which was a bit confusing. I don't understand that, but hey, it is what it is. Put in there. Did do that. Yes, I did do that. Right, okay. It's to cook. I just noticed Electrum. Oh well. Maybe I wasn't trying to make Electrum then. Anyway, on a different note, I hope you all had a good weekend. It was a weird weekend, as I say, streaming. A bit strange. But, you know, good at the same time. Turn that off. That should hopefully stuff out. And of course, the kids are now on half term. What that actually means is, oh, we must have a storm incoming. Yeah, we've got a storm incoming. Okay. Getting that walkway would be really beneficial, so you can find your way there and back. Right, let's put that in. Be able to make a couple, at least two, and we're going to want sorting machine, I think. And what I want to do is I was hoping to use a lot more hashes, but using the hashes and the names makes the program that much bigger in size. So what I might end up doing is using the dials, the 0 to 6 dials, to dial everything in, but I don't think I can do. Okay, apparently there's some copper there, but I don't think I can do that with the modules or the modular console mod components. What I've been thinking is I might end up having to be multiple logical chips, so that you've got the brain chips, and then they're writing to like memory chips, multiple memory chips, and then from there there's another maybe a couple of ICs that are reading the output onto those memory chips. I think that's vending machine. Don't actually. Do they not stack then? Okay, sorter. Oh, they're not there, are they? They're in here for some. Make a couple of these. How many is that now? 6, that we know. Oh, we'll do that. 7. 7 should be enough. I don't know how long we got till the storm, but we should be fine. Because we can actually follow this. If we need to. Let's then we're not going to get lost with the storm going to our stairs. Right, okay, so ice vending machine? No, refrigerated ice vending machine. And now light back on. Same as before. Oh, I need to get rid of this stack because we had the explosion of the gold, didn't we? That was all in denominations of 1 gram. which was like, oh, okay. I forgot that the vending machine did every input is one slot. What I forgot. Where's the welder? Welder. What do you want? Plastic sheets. Screwdriver. And cable. Okay. Do the same over here then. I think that and robot. Why did you do that? Oh my god! I did it again, chat. Golden explosion. Alright, let's tidy this up then. Oops, I did it again. Come and watch. Red's picking up of lots of gold. At least I can try and pile it up in one place, can't I? Set this to on and 500. And I would go 500 grams. I don't know. Do not ask me where that was going. I don't know. Right, okay. I need to clear all this up just so that I can build. La la la. Oh, I'm getting seasick doing this. Do this 500 times. Oh, thanks. Catch. I guess at least if I'm, you know, don't get it in and it's just close. Right, can I put the vending machine down now? Maybe. That one. There's the other. Okay, like I can get away with that. A lot of running around to do to pick stuff up, but you know, it is what it. Right, what was it? It was that and the welding machine. That wasn't the welding gun. Okay. Cable. And then, is that it? There's the storm. We can hear the storm now. Although, weirdly, as Butter said, it's not working. So, the chip, the weather warning chip, or did it happen before I ended the stream? Don't remember. If the alert went off before I ended the stream, that would explain why I didn't hear it then. So I was thinking, if I order the right amount... Yeah, we had another golden explosion. It's all 1 gram. How you doing, Joji? Hope you're well. I should have got it just to constantly vend, shouldn't I? And put a stacker in front of it, but I'd forgotten about it. I'll be honest. You got a notification? Yeah, I mean, AWS has gone a bit nuts, so I wonder if some of some of Twitch's stuff is being run on AWS. It would make sense. I mean, I think Amazon charges Twitch for the use of the streaming platform. And that's, you know, one of the reasons why Twitch never makes a profit. Is my understanding anyway. Right, okay. $224 gold we've got a stack for. You know what, I'm just going to run a cable out here, put the stacker back out here. So I'm wondering if maybe the reason why you've got that alert again is because something's gone a bit weird with Twitch's back end on AWS. Just to explain my reasoning and why I mentioned that. Oh dear. The pain having to clear up, isn't it? Turning it on might be used. I wasn't expecting to be doing this for the stream. Hoping to be doing something more entertaining. Well, I don't know necessarily more entertaining. I'm going to do some more code. What I am going to need is 2 more vending machines, or ice vending machines. What I want to work on as well is the code for the stackers, sorry, sorters, because I've had a thought on how might be able to code that, but we'll have to just see what happens. Ooh. Really? That can't be right. I just put a stack of 274 in. Where did all the other gold go? I'm sure... I feel I've just lost some gold somehow. I feel that somehow we've just lost some gold. Not sure how, but it feels like it. And that one on as well. Right. Okay, let's label this then. This is lathe vend. Back. Could be inside the frame that the sorter was on. You reckon in there? Well, we'll have a look. Doesn't look like it. I mean, it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. We do have the yeah, we do have the deep miner that's generating, you know, infinite gold and all of that. Right, so I want to flip-flop that. I want this set to 10. No, 50 will do. Lumps of 50. Right. That wants copper. That and that wants solder. Right, so at the moment we're going to each vending machine. We need to change the code for this. Do I have a vending machine? Huh? That does not make sense. Printer, no device, button, no device, stacker, no device. Right, that's lathe sorter. So that needs to be the same. Move that there. Get our... Wow. Okay. Gonna go down. Gonna come around the corner. Gonna be a stacker there. That there as well. Back. Oh, more gold. There's something stuck in there, isn't it? Oh, okay. Right, let's get our laptop. Change over our battery. Get something charging. Somewhere I've dropped a nuclear battery. Somewhere. Oh well. Right. Right, so the vending machine is there. Or we can put the vending machine as an alias. Put the vending machine as an alias. Don't think we're using button now, are we? Yeah, button is something else. Okay, let's comment that out. The button is now something else. Sorter, LED. The printer isn't. Okay. So the button, maybe we end up with, so lathe sorter is D5 here, so that's be commented out as well. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 5. So we've got 4 not used. So we could do something there. With the vending machine. Because the vending machine now is a different vending machine. That is now that. Ooh. That is that now that. Well, that's not called that anymore. That is now called lathe vend. But what I'm thinking here is, at the moment I'm using hashes, which is great, but if I'm having to use a chip per printer, having to go through the code and constantly change things is going to be a problem. What I don't know is, can I define something like, so I can say vend name, right? So then vend name now means something. Well, the registers don't just have to be numbers, do they? So I could, can the hash name, I'm curious, SPN Vend hash vend hash doesn't tell me. Okay. Yes. The device hash name. Device hash name hash. Oh. So that would suggest I can't use a register. So I don't think I could do this. But it knows what R0 is, but it doesn't like the hash. But if I do that, that doesn't do any difference. That's not going to replace the variable of R0N. It's going to use the name R0. Okay. But if I have the vend on a thing, then I can do SD5 and then request hash vend ingot. So that would do the same, and it's a lot smaller. And I don't care the name of the device. Okay. So that's then going to vend. Vendor. Okay, now we come down. Vendor, and then that's the same. And now that. So if we're doing that to the vending machine, then that is no longer needed. One, two, still got those available. Dial LED, so I'm going to take that out. That's needed. Lathe sorter. So I've got is that a Norse? Oh no, we were trying the reference ID, weren't we? For the sorter. The lathe sorter. Lathe sorter. Right, so that's the output of the lathe sorter. Setup. Stacker on. That doesn't exist. Put the sorter on. printer. No. Yeah, that is printer on. Okay. Stacker. Water. So, lathe. That is a different color. So on and what are we doing? We are and vending machine, vending. Oh, that's 22 values. Maybe I should do the ons at the top. That's the printer on lathes. 500. That figures dial. Configure the dial. Then we come down to the main loop. 3400. Still got too much text in it. Change some text. I think a whole bunch of text in. No? Oh, okay. Yeah, you start using the names of things. It starts backing up. Right. So it's not the length of the program that's my limitation here. It's the size. That can ingot from vending. Send need amount. Get rid of. So just getting rid of comments takes us down a long way. I mean, I could change this variable to ingot. If I did that, that would save a lot of space, wouldn't it? Dot. So needed. Maybe needed better. Just, I mean, that's going to shrink program. It's only 5, but I wonder if we can use the same bit manipulation here. I reckon we probably can use the same bit manipulation as long as we decode it properly. As long as we decode it properly, we'll be all right. Oh, look, there we go. Got those as well. Well, that's made that go from 3.5 to 3. Don't see any other red writing. Confirm that. Keep erroring on. Error 30. What? Why is that now a problem? Incorrect variable at line 30. I mean, I could... Hey, butter. I could put that on here. And then... that reduces that. Well, no, we're going to still use the same name. It doesn't like just having that ID now. But it worked beforehand. I think if we put that on a D value, apparently you reached a three-stream streak. Look at you go. Butter. Are we? Okay. I was getting worried that we were playing the same music over and over and over and over and over again then. Right. Oh, butter. I don't know if there was a storm warning before the end of the stream. Who knows? It doesn't really matter. But there was... I didn't get a storm warning, so I don't know if at the end of the stream there was a storm warning that I didn't hear, but we might have that problem where we have to reload. Hang on. Filter and lathe. A D1. Don't know why I just deleted that. That is now. Now call that. If that works better. Okay. Storm warning is broken, yeah. I thought it might be. Let's make one of those. No, let's make... cable. Right. Order the materials. Okay. Oh, do we have copper? Yeah. Oh, okay. Apparently, that's not connected up. Wrong button. Ah, yeah, that's not connected up at all, is it? La la la. Running backwards and backwards. I mean, I'm gonna say I probably, well, ultimately we're gonna want I mean, there's no point in solder going into the auto lathe, is there? Maybe we need to come up with some way of actually ejecting the materials. Right, you want one cable. I'm not hearing the order taking place. Oh, now we've got an error. Logic type 9. Logic error line 93. What is line 93? Vendor. So is the that different? And the same things to it? I mean, is there an error on it? But let's go and have a look. Is there an error on it? Okay, that makes sense because it's being split. That's going back. So name hash. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it doesn't have. It's got a stacker, but no request hash exists. So are we not just calling it the right thing? Incorrect logic type at 90. 93 is S, the device. Have we got vendor on? Have I got that plugged in? No, lathe sorter. Lathe vendor. Right, okay, look. Right, okay. It's immediately sending it back. Good. So what we want then is this is the module console mod. That's registers. That doesn't. So we don't want that to be lathe sorter. Well, do we want that to be lathe sorter? Output. But then we need to know the name of the printer, don't we? Of the thing that we're working on. But then we don't, when we plug it in, yeah, output sorter. Sorter. Where do I set that up? Right, this is not looking for a particular ingot. This is any ingot. I want to be able to change this so that I can just have a variable at the top. Can I? Is there a command? A hash that can I just do it like a hash? Hash. Any text inside will be hashed to an integer before process. Oh. An integer. So, can I do... Can I do this? String is going to be... And we're going to say that that is... We do... Hash... No, because it wants a register. So, okay, we'll call that R13. Then on setup, we want to hash move R13 hash, because that's a number or a register. A hash lathed up. Well, it's just... Can I do that? And then R13 becomes down here. This becomes R13. Does that work? Interesting to see if it does. Hey Andy, how you doing? I'm good, thank you. Hope you're well. Look, it seems to have... hasn't errored. Okay, but it's not changing that value then. What value are... How can we check? Tell you what, let's save db d0. No, db. Is it db? Logic types setting. R13. Oh, catch fire. That's for D. See what that's. Oh my god! Well, I didn't know that actually did something. Oh my god! I didn't know. I did not know. I mean, halt and catch fire used to be how you would end the program. It would just stop. I didn't expect there to be an actual explosion in game. I mean, that is brilliant. Did I get an achievement for that? I don't think so. I didn't see anything. I may have done. I mean, that's an Easter egg if ever there was one. Right. Does it give me, where's my... Yes! Yep. Experience the halt and catch fire instruction in an integrated circuit. 0.1% of players have this achievement. Ah. Well done, Rocketworks. Well done. Well done. You clipped it, did you? Thank you. Why? My antivirus software is telling me my stuff's out of date. You knew about the halt and catch fire though, did you? Hey Sistas, how you doing? I mean, halt and catch fire. I remember reading that in the mnemonics and going, huh? And it was like, oh yeah, it's just, you know, it's just a thing in assembly. I mean, 30 plus years ago.
Storm incoming.
Storm's working again now. Well, that's fine, Travis. I prefer finding out the hard way a lot of the time. So, oh, you know about halt and catch fire, but you didn't know that it would start making the whole. I was like, no, and it's actually done damage. Oh, I didn't know that. Look, it's damaged. It's actually damaged. It's actually damaged the housing and the chip. Right, we're not using that again then. we are not using that. I mean, halt and catch fire just used to be how you would stop things from working. I'm not even sure. Okay, we'll loop to setup. I was wondering. Oh, you didn't know. Okay. I was wondering why you were talking about halt and catch fire the other day, but now I know. Yeah, so halt and catch fire was like the command that you would put at the end of your program, and you would. It was. If I mean, we're talking 35 years ago, right? It was. You'd put it in as a debug point. So you would fall through your program, and if you hit the halt and catch fire, it would be there was a bug. You know, it would stop there. But the exploding, I've not seen that, but I didn't know about that. Has it damaged anything else nearby? I don't know. Right, let's reprogram that. It's damaged the chip. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. It's just like, yep, there's a problem with the code. Right. That's completely thrown me, that has. Let's get that charging up. Right, so what is that? Interesting. LOP on fire, yeah. I don't know where halt and catch fire comes from. Walk in and everything's on fire. Good job. Halt and catch fire computing. I mean, it's Wikipedia, so we'll take it with a pinch of salt. In computer engineering, halt and catch fire, known by the assembly language mnemonic, is an idiom referring to a computer machine code instruction that causes the central processing unit to cease meaningful operation, typically requiring the restart of a computer. It originally referred to a fictitious instruction on IBM 360 computers introduced in 1964, making a dupe about its numerous non-obvious instruction mnemonics. After the introduction of the MC68000, which is what I learned assembly on in 1974, a design flaw was discovered by programmers. Due to incomplete opcode decoding, two illegal opcodes, 0x9d and 0xdd, will cause the program counter on the processor to increment endlessly, which locks the processor until reset. These codes have been unofficially named halt and catch fire. During the design process of the 6802, engineers originally planned to remove this instruction, but kept as is for testing purposes. As a result, HFC was officially recognised as a real instruction. Later, HFC became a humorous catch-all term for the instructions that may freeze a processor, including intentional instructions for testing purposes and unintentional illegal instructions. Some are considered hardware defects, and if the system is shared, a malicious user can execute them to launch a denial of service attack. In the case of real instructions, the implication of this expression is that, whereas in most cases a CPU executes an unintended instruction, bug in the code, the computer may still be able to recover. In the case of halt and catch fire instruction, there is by definition no way for the system to recover without a restart. The expression catch fire is a fictitious exaggeration of the speed with which the CPU chip would be switching some bus circuits, purportedly causing them to heat and burn. Well, the halt and catch fire was on purpose, was to drop through and to stop the program at that point. I was not expecting it to catch fire. I wasn't literally expecting it to catch fire. How bad is this clip? What? Why is there no sound? You could have left a little bit on the end, but it's fine. It's fine. Yes, go away. Accept the correct things. You could see me jump as well. I'll have to do a vertical clip of that, I think, at some point. Hey, Dietrich, how you doing? It's all the proof we needed. Did you steal my gold and silver to make Electrum? Maybe. There's Electrum. I put Electrum back in the electric printer. Na 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 na. I put it back in the electric printer. Okay. Okay, there might be some in the vending machines here, but you should be able to use this printer here for anything you want to build. Well, maybe. Just vend it out, it'll kick it out at the moment. Look, there you go, look. Why? Oh, because it's not here. Okay. There's the machine's downstairs. The vending machine's downstairs. Use the one on the right, if you don't mind, please. Right, okay. No, don't take all of it. I need it. Thank you. Right, I need to somehow put it in. Oh, can I not just drop it in? I don't think I can I? No, because otherwise that would be too easy. Right, okay. But that's interesting. It shouldn't have spat it out this side. Oh no, that doesn't have the code on it yet. So we've got to get this code to work on that. Right, quick cover break. I'll be back.
The automatic pilot system is not functional.
Ooh, knuckle wraps and 2 stone spears. I'm dying. I'm dead. I was skirting around wooden spiky traps. Move. Yay! Keep going, Lydia. Come on. Come on, Lydia. Boop. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm so close.
Oh.
Yes. 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 Keep going. Move. Move. We are. Yay. Well done. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Ow. 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 Ha ha! Take the, oh yes! What a finishing move, indeed. I just had a. Is that not? What is that value? It's 73. Okay. Right. The problem is I'm squirreling again. I was saying in Discount stream earlier. No, Jamorian's stream. Who was streaming this morning. It was like, I find coding so much easier when I'm not streaming. I don't have, 20 people looking over my shoulder. It's like, now what have I done with my laptop? There's my laptop. Right, let's have a look at the code. It's not. Oh no, okay, so R13 is giving me that value which ends 866. So let's have a look. Okay. That's none of the numbers. I mean, the reference hash is reference hash. Reference. Unique identifier for this object. But how do you talk to it? Because we were talking yesterday and someone was saying, oh, you can refer to it directly by its own number. But that didn't work. Oh no. LED, that was it, wasn't it? Okay. Again, that's nothing like it. Oh, okay, so that doesn't work. Oh, good God. I'm so used to using their thing, the tablet, and right-clicking. Oh, lathe dial. Well, that's not going to be... That's going to be very confusing then. because I've called it the wrong thing. It's not LED. That's not going to make any difference. Is it? That's not going to make any difference because we're moving the hash of lathe dial into 13 and then we're printing 13. So it's the dial. Let's have a look at the dial. .866 is the dial. Okay. So maybe that would work. Maybe that does work. Oh, stop doing that! I'm getting annoyed at myself for doing that. Right, so, okay. So I can change the name here and then use registers for that. So move R14. Hash lathe LED. Yeah. So then you're doing second phase changes. Okay, mate. Alias. B14. There's 16 registers, isn't there, in this game? I mean, we can change them for other things as well. Eight and 9 are already in use. R8 use. Right, okay. So that's that. We don't need that. We don't need the button anymore. No, we don't need the dial anymore. Okay. Or do we? No. Because we've now got the name. We've now got the name dial. So I can change this to be lathe dial. So that would be R13. R13. Dial still needs to be up here for the hash. So the so yes. Okay, so the dial, I need dial name kind of thing then, don't I? Fine dial as that. And then I want to change that dial name. That. So that then becomes dial. That's dial name. Right, so take out R13. Naaman. That's all. That becomes bathe. No, off. Just becomes, no, that doesn't become, okay. Output to oh, I'm getting myself all fuzzled up now. LED name. Do that. Then the oh, good grief. Yep. Oh no, name. What I should have done is I should have done this in the text editor. Right, so that, what device are we calling? So, who is available? Do I... The LED is... Okay, so... So LED is still okay. Because... Using that, I think. Is that the right value? I think that's the right. So that's then that. So then LED down here. So that's that. That's made it smaller. Interesting. But it's still readable. So load R0 device dial, which is that. We don't want that. Want dial name? No. No, so dial is that. R13 is dial name. Not that it makes any difference. That does make a difference. Load into R0. I'm expecting errors here. I'm expecting errors. Taken out the stop halt cache fire. We shouldn't have any more explosions. Okay, so it's not errored. Good. Do you work though? No, you don't. Because your lathe S LED. That can stop. Make a difference. S. Keep grabbing it from the wrong place. You're not changing the value. Why are you not? Because I've got that code in there. Idiota. Debug code was still in it. Oops. Still not working though. Let's take that out. Dial that. That. Let's set the mode. Oh, fudge. See? This is what I do. I press cancel instead of commit. Yeah. What we were talking about in our discount stream earlier. Right, so. Not going to make a difference. The value is set to 500. Let's set that for a lower value. It's so it has written to that dial. Right, okay. Stop doing that, please. So that has worked. If that worked. Was 4. That output. No. Okay. What are... Oh, are you 3? No, you are 2 wide, aren't you? What are you? That's 2 wide. Oh, we got the right name. Could have. Maybe the uppercase and lowercase makes a difference. Might do. Yes, okay. So capitalization is important. Unsurprising. You still got room in your jetpack for more cartridges. You might want to fix that oversight. Well, I think I've got 2 deep miners. Yeah, I've got 2 deep miners. I don't know why I've got 2 deep miners, but there you go. I probably lost one. I went, where is it? And then it ended up, and then reorganizing it, and it just worked out that way. Grab that. Edit that. Anyway, how you doing, Digital Wolf? Hope you're well. Take that out. Oh no, R0. There we go. Cool. Okay, that's working then. So that's working. If that's working, that would suggest that this is working. Right, so we now got copper. One. Two. Three. And it's ejected the copper. The copper's got back to the vending machine. Nice. Okay. I'm okay getting over whatever is floating around out there. How are you today? Yeah, I'm doing all right today. Was a bit tired and took me a little bit of a while to warm up, and I am a bit bunged up, but I'm good other than that. Where's that Paul? Apparently, Dash Andy is the new top clipper at 5 views. Pinky Snarf reached 3 stream streak 45 minutes ago. Don't use the watch streak. It's Twitch forcing lurkers to interact with chat. Rise up and do nothing, fellow lurkers. I don't think I've ever clicked on a follow streak on someone's stream because I'm so embarrassed, because you know, like I watched people so many times, but then I haven't watched them, so I know my name is known to them, and then going, oh well, you know, I've only done a 3 streak. It kind of feels a bit, I don't know, it feels false. You did not want to get out of bed this morning. I had no choice. I had to get up, make sure that the girls were up, because they're going to their grandparents today. Keep them out of my hair, but not that there's a lot of hair anyway. Right. Okay. So I think we are working our way down. So we need to change this. We don't need these. So we need... So the button is here. We need to read the button in at some point. Where are we reading the button in? Button. So we can change this. We can take that. Bring it up here. Move. Button. Do hash. That. Button name now needs to be given a R15. But these need to be changed. So what we got? We've got the vending sorting machine. That could end up being... Have I ever done anything with the stack? Well, it depends on what you mean by the stack. Because for me, the stack is a place in memory. Right? So going back 30 years, 35 years, when I did my assembly. you had 8 registers, and when you've run out of space, you would take the value of the register, you'd put it into the stack, so then you'd have a free register to use, and then you could pull it out from the stack, and that was push and pop. Yeah, but so that's what I refer to as a stack. But down here somewhere, where are we? Here is what people seem to be referring to as the stack, which is actually, it's not what I would say is the stack, right? What you're doing is you're doing bit masking so that you can have a number, and you know that this 8 bits, this 8 bits, this 8 bits, this 8 bits, they all mean different things. Like one could be a color, one could be a brightness, one could be, I don't know, the background. And you put the values in this 8 bits, this 8 bits, this 8 bits, and then that gives you one big number. And then you pass that one big number to something, and it then does the decode to take this 8 bits, this 8 bits, this 8 bits, to then do what it needs to do. So maybe I just saw a long list of selects with all the alloys needed, and I just did something similar with a long list of sorters, making the loop go over the stack and perform operations way shorter code. So I'm learning. As I'm writing this, I'm learning stuff. So this I learned yesterday. I learned how this was being done yesterday, right? And this code basically sets up the stacker, sorry, the sorter, to say if it's ingots, it goes that way. If it's not ingots, it goes that way. And it took a little bit to get my head round, because it's, as I say, it's been 30 plus years since I've really played with bit masking. But actually reasonably comfortable with it now. So yeah, this down here I could probably rewrite. I can probably rewrite this at a later stage. But at the moment, I'm trying to get a process working and doing bits and pieces as I do them. So yeah, I will end up using bit masking to send commands to stuff and receive commands. But I you know, maybe I'm just old-fashioned. It's not what I call playing with the stack. The stack is, you have memory, you put a variable into it, it stays in there, and then you've got your registers that you play with. This stack can only be so long, but you can put all 8 in, and you put them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and to get them out you have to do 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I don't know, but using bit masking, using the bit masking here I can see how in concept I can probably reduce this. But I'm not worried about the length of the code. What I'm worried about is the size of the code down here. Yeah, as I say, it's been I've never really, in all of my experience, work experience, I mean, I wasn't a coder, right? I could do code. I would write scripts. I was a sysadmin. I did networking. I looked after servers. I looked after databases. I looked after storage. I can talk to all of those teams, but I'm not a specialist in any one of them. And then I went on to becoming a data center manager. I knew it. More gas meaning more cooling. I knew it. Meant more gas meaning more cooling. There you go then. Now you know. Just a Eureka
Power low.
Eureka. Whoo! Eureka moment. I'm a big kid. What do you expect? Oh, look, my tassels are drawing lines. Oh, it's the zips on my hoodie. Just saw straight lines. I was like, what's that? That's you, chat. You're there. This is the big monitor for that PC there. That's the streaming rig. That's where you are. As well as there. Hey. I just thought that might be different because it might be moving more over here. It doesn't seem to be doing much. And I'm not sure I like this. I was just like, oh, I can't be bothered to put the green screens up. They'll have to turn the lights on. But I just getting them out, making sure they all hang nicely. And I was just like, oh, I can't be bothered. So we went for this. You can see the red things there. And also occasionally you see this PC here. That's the LEDs changing colour. Look, I'm on TV. That's me. I'm on TV. And I'm on TV. And I'm on TV. And I'm on TV. Yeah, anyway. So that's the CPU cooler. No, that's the fan. That's the rear fan. CPU cooler's down there somewhere. That's the rear fan changing colour. Because why not? Now I've become successfully squirreled and don't know what I'm doing. Excuse me. Right, okay. So what I'm doing here is things that will have variable names that won't go in here, go here. So that this can be for the electric printer, this can be for the atmosphere printer, and all we do is we change the name here. This seems to work. Right, let's have a look. So I want that button to work and those lights to work. But I think we're running out of space. I don't know if we've got enough room. Well, let's get rid of that. We cut back on code. But the lathe sorter. But that would be output sorter. That's just that bigger. Darn. Config Darwin. Look for ingots. 16. I want to keep that because that will help me. Check, is the printer running? Well, pretty obvious. If not, skip. If not, then. Lines. Set printer. Zero checking. L1 printer. Print not complete scheme. Redundant. Send back the ingots. Yeah, so I'm using another one here. So I'm sending to the printer that I want all reagents done. Again, as I say, I don't feel that that's that. Come on. Oh, so we can get rid of the to-do there. That's done. Check what the printer needs. Iron, except. Select. Taking through these ads, what unexpected music style emerged in Yugoslavia in the mid-20th century? Don't know. Don't have a clue. I mean, I could change printer to Pt4, couldn't I? That would reduce the name. Right, let's copy. Notepad. Do a find and replace. Search. Find. Replace with. Place. Oh, don't find it far with people. Find replace. That's that. Wow. That seems to have dramatically reduced the size of the file. Okay. Okay. What else do I need to do? Sure that that doesn't break anything. Oh dear, we got errors. Invalid integer at line 24. What have I broken now? 24. Output sort. No, that's S. Because it's now there. Export. Okay. Print one. UMex. The fusion of Mexican and Yugoslavian music became popular in Yugoslavia, particularly in the 1950s and 1960s, influenced by Mexican films. Well, there you go, chat. You've been well, that was not what I wanted. You've been educated. That is still not what I want my dashboard. Right, okay, so that's working. That's a much smaller piece of code. If I do...
Thanks for the raid, the Reed Panda, and welcome you 32 lovely people.
That was the wrong button. I needed to press rip.
Intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert.
Automatic defense procedures initiated.
Look, peeps! It's a panda! He's down there. How you doing, Mr. Panda? Peeps, if you don't already, then definitely go and check out Mr. Panda. He is a member of the Rocket Trucky stream team and plays all kinds of games, including KSP in the past and Stationeers. And as I've said before, he started playing it, and I went, ooh, maybe this is a game I'll enjoy. And so we're blaming him for the 2,500 hours of my life that I have spent playing this game. Anyway, go give him a follow. Awesome guy. How you doing, Mr. Panda? Hopefully you are well. Hopefully things are still moving in a positive direction. Graveyard Keeper. I kind of feel that that's where I woke up this morning. when I did eventually wake up. I didn't want to wake up. I struggled to wake up today. Right, we are automating our... Well, we're continuing to refine our... Now we just want to launch kittens into space. Absolutely. Do you know, I've been very remiss. I need to download the current version of KSA and give it a go and give some feedback. But yeah, currently what we're doing is we've got a process that's working. Excuse me. You select what you want. It tells you what the printer's going to need. You say how many you want to print. You press this button, and at the moment you have to press this button for each of the ingots that it needs, each of the kind of ingot it needs. It requests them from a vending machine. It comes in here. Then once this is blank, then you can press this button, and it will then print. It will then return at the end of the print. It will send what's left back to the vending machine. So it's working. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to refine the code at the moment so that I can then put the code onto the next chip, and it will work for this one with the minimum of fuss. And I didn't say this before. Welcome, I'm Red Munchkin Gaming. I'm a variety streamer. Spacey, engineering, survivally, story type games is my main wants, but I've also been known to play things like 7 Days to Die, and Just Cause, Day of Defeat, all different types of games. Bastards. But engineering survivally is my main kind of interesting games. Building things. I hope you're all well. How did your stream go, Mr. Panda? So what would I... Let's put the code in. Yeah, DOD. Oh, there was one I played many years ago, and it was Day of Defeat, but it was dinosaurs. And Das Valdez used to occasionally would do it kind of like an after dark thing, and he would play this dinosaur Day of Defeat kind of game. And we'd regularly just kill the server. So we'd all pile onto the server to the maximum amount. The server would then groan, and then we'd jump to another server, and it was potluck as to who could get on. But it was all good fun. Running around just shooting each other. Right, I was going to put this on the next piece of code, wasn't I? So what I need to do is take this chip. I hereby take the chip. Oh, if you have, you should check out this clip. Why won't it let me copy it? Where's that clip gone? We found out to not do something in when coding.
Thanks for the raid, Jack PS9, and welcome you 38 lovely people.
Wow! Look at that. We're getting all the raids today.
Intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert.
Automatic defense procedures initiated.
Welcome everyone from Jack PS9. stream. How you doing? It's Darth Chaos. Now there's a name. There's a name. How are you all doing? Discount rated you. Figure he should have sent. He would have sent them here otherwise. Fair enough. I appreciate the discounted Jack raid. I know. I think it's a great name. I think it's a great name. It's Darth Chaos. I like it. It's great. Welcome streamers, welcome raiders. I'm Red Machine Gaming. I am a engineering-y, survival-y, story kind of game player. We're currently playing Stationeers, as was Jack. I am in the process of figuring out or relearning how to code in the game, because it's been probably, we reckon, about a year since I last played it properly. I'm been playing with bitwise manipulations to send commands to and from printers and vending machines and stuff like this. And I do have two mods installed. One is modular consoles, which gives me these lovely buttons here, which I just like them. They're much better than trying to get these to all being in line and look good. And then the second mod is larger consoles, so you can have larger ones of these. We're halting and catch fire, yes. I need to watch someone for a bit. I've been bashing my head against phase change cooling. It's got me falling down a rabbit hole. I'll be honest with you, Darth Chaos. I haven't got to phase change cooling. So the last time I played, they just introduced phase changing. Hey Pi, how you doing? If you want to, Pi generally loves all the atmospherics. So if you want to learn how to do phase change, then give Pi a look-see. I'll do this. How does it go, Pi? For atmosphere or something? Yeah, Budder's doing phase change cooling as well. So he's on this. He's over here playing with phase change cooling. He's in here somewhere. So he's doing phase change cooling for the furnace and stuff. I haven't played with it in other than they brought in water. Oh, behind the furnace, fair enough. So they brought in water, or they brought liquid back in and started getting liquid in my pipes. And I was just like, I've spent so many hours learning this. I've spent so many hours learning this, and now basically all the hours that I've spent learning this, just tear it all up, throw it out the window. And me as a person and the way my brain works, I'm quite happy learning as long as I'm learning on top of what I've learned. When I've learned something and then it's everything that I've learned here changes, I don't like it. I struggle with it because I'm like, but this was working. Why does it not work now? And it takes me a while. I'm like a super tanker. I'm very efficient at moving large quantities of oil from here to here. But if I have to do a turn, it takes me 10 to 20 miles to turn right. I'm slow to adapt, but I'm very good at going forwards. And so when I have to adapt, I can get a little salty, and that's just me. That's nothing against the developers. That's just me, and that's how my brain works. So like if I'm playing a PvP game and I lose all of my stuff, and I've spent hours getting all my stuff, I get a little bit salty. But that's just me. If I was playing Day of Defeat or Call of Duty, where you die, you know, you might lose the guns that you've picked up in that session, but you don't lose hours and hours of gameplay, I'm okay with it. It's fine. I don't like Rust. I can't play Among Us either, because especially when I'm playing with people I know, I take it personally. I trust these people. Like trying to play Among Us with my family, or, you know, I can't stand Traitors, the TV show Traitors, because you trust these people, right? And then they betray your trust. And someone that betrays your trust is just evil. Do you know what I mean? And if I don't know you, then I won't trust you. But if I trust you and you betray my trust. So playing Among Us with someone like Dran, who will take absolute glee and pleasure in killing me, I would take it personally, and I would be very annoyed and have a front. I'll take a front at Dran. So I don't play those games. He hates deception games for the sake of it. Yeah. It's
Shiny. Must be bad guys.
Bad guys, exactly. That's why you stay off public service for Stationeers. Too many people just want to grief. Yeah, this is why we invite people from the community, but it's got to be people that we know in. It's like why I don't like PvP in Star Citizen, generally speaking, because I've spent all this, you know, I've spent hours loading up my cargo hauler, and then someone just blows me up just for beeps and giggles, and it's like, thanks. Your 30 seconds of you know, endorphin hit there has just lost me 10 hours. The solar panels broke again. Well, you fixed them, not me this time. I also play solo on a friend's server or Elite Dangerous for this reason. I rarely play in open, but when I play in open, I know, and I go out, and it doesn't matter if I lose my ship, right? I go out in like an eagle or something like that. It doesn't matter. I play in a private group because I want to play with my friends and people that I trust, and people that aren't just going to gank me for the sake of ganking me. Didn't they just remove the cap on solar power? Yes, they did.
Oxygen.
Oxygen? Why I need oxygen? Where's my oxygen? Ah, we're fine. Who was that anyway? Andy. Thank you, Andy. I did miss someone else saying, where were we? I apologise. FaceTime physics outside behind the furnace. Been struggling just to keep my base atmosphere at a set ratio. Yeah, I get it. N2O nitrous oxide at less than 50 moles. An expander condenser loop will create liquid volatiles. Nitrogen oxide will create volatiles. Oh wow. I'm trying to filter Martian atmosphere using only phase change filtration. I have my system working, but I need to figure out how to keep my pollutant in the nitrogen chilling loop cold. It's getting too hot to be able to liquefy nitrogen effectively. Do not go over 49 moles. Okay. I'm preparing to do Larry. Oh, Larry. You're preparing to do Larry. Okay. Public servers, buddy of mine, play solo. Solar panels broke. We really need one for low power. Oh, is the solar flare live update? I read about. Yeah, I'm playing on Mars, so I don't get it. I was surprised to find. I mean, this is how long, right? I was surprised to find the sun changes where it goes. So when we first started playing this in game, what, a year ago, right? The sun would come up and it would come up over that side and go down over there. So all our solar panels that were there, which seem to have broken, right? The sun was coming up and going over there. So actually there's a row of solar panels there, and then there's a step down, and then there's a row of solar panels, right? So I'm playing and we're going, we've had loads of power, we had loads of power, we had loads of power. And then we started getting, every now and again, we would run out of power. And it's like, but why are we running out of power? It doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Why are we running out of power? And then I came up and I started extending this out. Because the power station, actually, if you look there, right, I don't know if you can see the red wire. That leads down to the power station. The power station is underground. Whoa! Whoa! That's a bit trippy. The power station is under there. That's our hangar rover, and we found out that rovers do not last one Martian storm. I was out with a Martian storm, and it died, and I wasn't very happy because it was like, but one Martian storm and it's dead. Anyway, excuse me. So I made these frames with the intention of extending out our solar farm. And then I realised that the sun is coming up, and at the time it was coming directly up and over. It was literally up and over. And I'm like, okay. But we had fortunately got to the point where I could make all of these solar panels. So put all of these solar panels on top. And my idea is that we'll be putting solar panels... I mean, that's going to be the greenhouse, so we're not going to put solar panels on top of that. But we're going to put solar panels on the roof. And I want to put bearings around the buildings. I don't like square buildings. They're boring. So what we're going to do is we're going to put fairings on and around stuff. Is that? No, it's not. We're going to put fairings on and around the buildings to give the buildings a bit of shape so they're a bit more different. 33 heavy solar panels. Oh, that'd be nice. Well, you could just put them along that section there and swap out, and so we don't need the greenhouse anymore. Right, I need a very quick comfort break, and I need to get myself a drink. So now is a good opportunity to grab yourself a quick quick couple of snacks and a drink, and I will be back in 30-40 seconds. Greenhouse doesn't work anymore anyway. What, for protecting your solar panels? Okay, well that's new. I didn't know they'd changed that.
The automatic pilot system is not functional.
The price of one.
Thank you for the follow, Daddy Hoffy.
That was a little ghost. I don't know. You, come here. God, gee willikers, Batman. I nearly knocked me tea over. Well, thank you for that, Delta Fire. I appreciate that. And the death not waking up that just took place.
I think we need to move the book as well. There.
So in here.
On the floor by there. Yeah. Oh! Had a beep on the EMF.
Okay. Trying to move the book. Whoa! Oh! You have.
It's just some guy.
What?
Did you just see that?
Lights off.
Gear deployed.
See what?
That's got to be a clip, surely. I'm sitting there, and the next thing that happens is suddenly my ship just spins up and
Oh, I just seen it on stream.
that was weird. Thank you for the
yeah.
host, some guy. Appreciate that.
Touchdown. Thrusters off.
Daddy Hoffy. Thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the Munch Bunch. If you wish to continue lurking, that's absolutely fine. Feel free to carry on lurking. That is not a problem. Literally built your first rover. 5 minutes later, a storm came and killed it. Oh man, that sucks. Well, this is the thing. It's Darth Chaos, right? I don't know what's happened, but our solar panels down here, well, there was 4 that I could see I might have broken. But look, these are broken. And I don't know why. Unless... Oh, I've just had a thought. They're broken up to there, right? But there's no frame, there's no window in there. Could it be something stupid like... I was just about to say that, Butter. Putting a vent on will make the inside and the outside the same, and therefore you will take damage. I was literally just about to say that. Oh, does the lift now work? No, okay. That makes sense. One of the things that Butter found, Darth Chaos, was inside the greenhouse, the temperature had gone up to 300 degrees. So that's why he added the vent on. I thought you told me it had gone up to 300 degrees. Why do pressure regulators 1,000 degrees C? Was 1,000? Wow, okay. Why do pressure regulators take 100 watts each? The power allocation in this game is a bit weird. It does. Right. Because they will auto-ignite if they're at 300 degrees. They will take damage. And if the atmosphere around them is 300 degrees, they will catch fire. I'm never sure what flashpoint means. Yeah. But it's easy enough, right? All you'll need to do is have pipe, right? And have pipe with gas in, and you put radiators and then radiators, and it will match the temperature eventually on the inside. I tend to do greenhouse solar panels and suck them down to a vacuum. I've never had a problem before now with greenhouse solar panels. When you mean the same air composition, do you mean volume of air? Use more than 49 moles, you'll freeze it in the pipe and it will break. Under 50 moles, it won't turn into ice. Freeze, not enough to break. Percentage of gas. So what you're saying is I can't pump into that pipe under pressure the Martian atmosphere. Again, this has happened again. That's what I was asking you. So yeah. So, but what we want to do, not do that. Oh, too many buttons. I want to do that. So this printer neck elec. So that's going to be elec. Neck. That's going to neck. That in. Now I need to set the dials up. That's electronics printer. That's output sorter, so that's not the electronics dial. Well, that's not. I think it's time to learn how you composite window shutters. Yeah, I think so. Well, if they've changed it, they may have changed it with the new stormways. Get fancy like that. We had shutters on the last save, I think. Right, so we're going to rename this. Well, actually, does it really matter? I don't know that it does matter. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Because they're all the same. They're all doing the same job. Ah. You're going to vacuum the greenhouse. Okay. I've just realized, right? I've built this little test area, right? But the reality is all of them, getting flying things coming in. But all of them, all of the printers can feed to one of these, and then it's going to come out the sorter, the stacker, or it's going to return to the vending machine. But which vending machine is it going to return to? I think the misses. Right. So ultimately, maybe we'd do that. But at the moment, no. As I say, I just want to get this running. Excuse me, at the moment. Where did the other bits go? They go underneath. Well, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? It's just going to plop them all down here. Like it did with that one. Okay, let's finish that off downstairs. Oh, more gold. You had an explosion of gold. The vending machines that were here were other vending machines, and the standard vending machine. And oh no, I did pick them up. Okay, that's. I had to take them apart, but they were full of 1 gram ingots of gold. When I dismantled them, they just turned into an explosion of 500 gold bars. Rather inconvenient. Well, stupidly, I think I know how to get my nitrogen canisters to work better. If evaporation creates cooling and condensation causes heat, then why have I put all my radiators on the gas pipe and nothing on the fluid pipe? Condensation doesn't create heat. Compression creates heat. I don't know what condensation creates. I would have said condensation happens because something hot, something cold is... You've got something cold and liquid in the air is going against it and going from a gaseous form back into a liquid form. The moment it phase changes from gas to a liquid, it creates heat. Does it? When a liquid condenses from gas, releases heat into the surrounding environment. This process is known as the latent heat of condensation, which plays a significant role in the phenomena and can influence local temperature. When a liquid... What? How does it create heat? I have a cold can. I have liquid in the air. The air is hotter and there is energy in the air, and this is cold. I get condensation on here and the heat energy goes from the liquid in the air into the can. So heat energy is transferring but not being generated. Na, 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 na. Right, okay. Well, every day's a school day. That's the thing. Water condenses on a can of cold soda. Water vapor, and this is from National Geographic. Okay. Water vapor in the air reaches its dew point as it cools in the air around the can. Right. So the cold can is sucking heat energy from the surrounding area into the can, which heats the can up because energy moves from heat to cold, or cold to heat, whichever way you want to say it, right? And so the air is unable to carry the amount of water that's in the air, and so it turns into liquid again. The condensation is the process where water vapor becomes liquid. It is the reverse action of evaporation, where liquid becomes vapor. Condensation happens one of two ways. Either air is cooled to its dew point, or it becomes saturated with water vapor. Dew point is the temperature at which condensation happens. Okay? Dew is condensed water in the atmosphere. Okay, air temperatures can reach... Ah! Missed it. Right, hang on. I've got to close the window. There's mozzies coming in now. Also, bear with me. I've just noticed the pipe has come off the back of the AC unit. So I'll just plug that in. Hang on. Either way, my liquid pipe should be the most important bit to keep cold. I'm not doing it anyway. Hey, Amy, how you doing? Hope you're well. Maybe the laws of physics no longer apply. Maybe. Because I know in AC units, basically, it sprays the gas. The spraying of the gas creates... that is the cooling action. And then the compression is generating heat, where you turn it back into a liquid rather than a gas, right? So I understand that. Condensation can produce water droplets on the outside of soda cans or glasses of cold water. When warm air hits the cold surface, it reaches its dew point and condenses, right? This leaves droplets of water on the glass or can. When a pocket of air becomes full of water, clouds form. The point at which condensation starts can be easily viewed from cumulus clouds or flat bottoms. Clouds are simply masses, Cold air remains. Cold air holds less water vapor than warm air. Correct. This is why warmer climates are often more humid than cold ones. Cold water vapor remains in the air instead of condensating into rain. Cold climates are more likely to have rain because water vapor condenses more easily there. But it doesn't tell me about that doesn't help. Well, it does matter. The loose is constantly gaining heat from heat exchange that is meant to cool the nitrogen. I had some radiators on my gas pipe to remove some of this heat. I mean, you've got me going, and it's not... It might be the process is the same, Condensation, like freezing, releases the heat. Maybe is this what you're referring to? Condensation, like freezing, releases heat. The gaseous molecules must release large amounts of kinetic energy to slow down to form the temporary bonds required to become a liquid. The extra heat goes out of the system into the surrounding environment. Right, so it's not generating heat. It's not generating heat. The heat is transferring. That I understand. That makes sense. So it's not generating heat. So it's not making heat. The energy that's here that makes water vapor, when you condense, that is energy being released into another body. So that's what I was saying. Condensation is forming on this can because the energy that's in the water vapor here is being transferred to the can. So it's not generating heat, it is transferring heat. No energy is created, no energy is lost. No, you said it generates heat. It doesn't generate heat, it transfers heat. Right? A heater, by your very definition then, Butter, you know, the 1 kilowatt heater that would be sitting here on the floor isn't generating heat. Transferring heat right, so what I've just read here makes sense to me. But it's not generating heat, it is transferring heat. That makes sense. I understand that. It's the laws of thermodynamics. Energy is transferred from thermal to energy. Yeah, but the statement was condensation generates heat. That didn't compute, right? That didn't compute because it's not the act of condensation isn't generating heat, it's transferring heat energy. That's what threw me. The word generates. Yeah, and it, you know, I became fixed on the word generates because I'm like, it's not generating heat. It's not like an electric heater, which is running electricity through it through resistance, which is then creating it, the heat energy, because the energy is coming from the electricity. So the energy is being transferred. That was what was throwing me. That was what was throwing me. But now I get it. I understand. I understand what was meant. It makes sense. I get it. Yeah, it's transfer of heat, generating heat within. Yeah. So yeah. The term "it's generating heat" was very specific in my mind as to what was going on, and that's why I was going, that doesn't make sense. But now I've read and it confirms what I thought, and so yeah, that I'm comfortable. I'm happy now. I understand. Good. Right. Red's brain is back where it understands. The way I look at it is take an aerosol can. You know that when you use it, the can gets cold because the liquid is getting turned into gas, losing its thermal energy. Thus, I'm running into the. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand, and maybe it's semantics, and maybe it's the way my brain works. But the way I was looking at it is something generating heat. Example, an electric heater is generating heat. It is making heat. And it's taking the energy from the electricity and turning that energy into heat energy. Whereas, and this is why I say it's pedantic, right? Whereas the energy, the kinetic energy that's in here, which is being passed to the can. Yes, it's kinetic energy and it's energy being transferred, but it makes sense to me. That I understand it doesn't necessarily understand. No, I know. I know. I understand. But I'm trying to explain how my mind works is really orange cable is stable power. So that's from a battery. Excuse me. I'm good. Yeah, no, that's fine. I know I'm good. I'm amazed. No, I know what you meant. No, the way my brain works makes sense to me. Sometimes it doesn't. But I know what you mean. You're not generating heat. You know, electricity isn't being generated. It's energy that's being chemical energy. No, yeah, I understand. Energy transfers, right? And the term generated had a very specific term in my head. Transfer of heat, generating heat with exothermic. So boring, we're stuck with exactly the same energy for the rest of life. Yes. The water gets hotter by stealing heat there. Okay. Fine. Right. Where was I? I was trying to do this, wasn't I? Just see why it takes me so long to do anything on this stream. It takes me forever to do anything on this stream. No, actually I want that one there. And then that one goes there. This is what I was saying in discount stream. I know Jamorian's stream earlier. It's like I can code and make things so much quicker when I'm not streaming. It's the random. I mean, it is bad, right? When I'm coding, I'm at this point when I'm coding. What happened to all the copper? What happened to all the copper was there? Oh, okay. You said you don't have enough copper, and I'm like, oh, well. To make astrology. So we don't have enough copper to make astrology. Right, okay. Why are you broken? No, I don't keep stealing stuff from my... The stuff I've got, right? The stuff I've got here is the stuff that I've had since yesterday, right? I haven't stolen anything for the programming, you know, except for the the Electrum. That's it, all right? Don't blame me. The stuff that's in here has been in here since, well, frankly, before yesterday, because I took stuff that was in these machines that I'd used to make stuff. So there. Mr. Butter keep telling me I'm stealing stuff. I'm not. I resent the accusation. So defensive. Well, if you had to stream with Buddy, you would as well. I get picked on all the time, mostly by my mods. It's not fair. Wah, leave me alone. What have I ever done to you? Wah. My mods are my worst trolls. It's true. What? Why? Have I put that at a different height? No. Why is that? The corners are cut off. This is a different height to that one. It's got this little extra bit on the top. Yeah, it's just for those that come in. Basically, I stream family friendly. When I mean family friendly, I mean below PG-13, because sometimes well, especially when we used to play Kerbal Space Program, we tried to keep it so that little rocket engineers would be able to come into the channel and learn about space, which would be great because I can't do any of it now. I've completely forgotten how to do any of it. And so we tried to say, don't use any words that you wouldn't expect like a 10-year-old to use unless it's a scientific term. And please don't use acronyms that would mean the 10-year-old turns to grandma and goes, "Grandma, what does that mean?" You know, we try to keep it that way. Even when I play 18 rated games, and I do play 18 rated games, and there's cursing, trust me, I am not. So they could join the channel and help me. Yes, look, speak of a troll, one shall appear. And if you don't already, go and follow the troll known as Discount Engineer. Go and give him a follow. You're going to eat this fool. Excellent. It's good. Excellent. Where? Oh, I don't know. Have a look in the mirror, Discount. Label plates, consular displays, console inputs. Oh, I put the console up, haven't I? Consular displays. That one. Good news, composite window shutters work across corners. So if you were dumb and didn't build your wheels consistently on the same inner... Oh, that's good. I don't know. If they were a troll, I'm not sure what I'd want to... What is that, a heart? What? Dolty Love. Is that a heart with a dinosaur head through it or something? I don't know that one. Plastic. Plastic. It looks like a green Moomin. You know, Moomin troll. It looks like a green Moomin troll. What is that? It is. It's a green Moomin. Oh, I think it's meant to be maybe a cute T-Rex. Actually, I think it's like one of the T-Rex. Have I got the T-Rex up there? Yeah, hang on. I think... Hang on. I put it. That's not gonna. That's really going to help, isn't it, Red? By putting your hand next to it, it's green. It's going to disappear. I got a little plushy dinosaur. Ah! Yes, I'm a big kid. It's true, honest. Much to the annoyance of my children. You can't be a kid. I can. Right, what's that? That's labels. Right, so let's put a label in first. That's that one. that one. Got two, that one. That seems so much smaller when you can read it. I don't know, maybe we need to move it up. Growing old is mandatory, growing up is optional, yes. Although, when I haven't had enough sleep, I'm definitely growing old, not growing up. Boing! Attention! Coming soon to a chat near you. In a world where physics bends and tea flows, join Red Munchkin's crew in Stationeers, the Fabrication Chronicles. Imee sips on magic burnt bean water as thermodynamics debates heat up. It's Darth Chaos, battles and energy transfer puzzles, while Discount drops in for a cameo of camaraderie and plugs. Will they conquer the cosmos or get lost in the void of lulls? Tune in now. Right, we need to get that off. Oh, I had the plastic there. Actually, we got a break on Twitch. We'll take another comfort break. I'll be back in a second.
The automatic pilot system is not functional.
You should have clipped it then, CBK.
I guess I have someplace to go.
If I do clever things, clip it, because I need to see that I do clever things. Oh, Gordon saved my life, yeah. Right, I have on 10 watts. There we go. So we're actually using 2 kilowatts. Oh, this is the kind of power. Meanwhile, I've spent hours trying to sort out this system whilst I'm ignoring the much more pressing matter of slowly running out of water. Yes, that could be a problem. You might want to address that. Just saying. No, I want to take that off. So is it? Can't put it up there because we've got cat. Ooh. Back. Or where are we? It's so we do it that way. I mean, I guess end up having to do it everywhere. Yeah, I've been meaning to try and build a trade platform. I never messed with that area before, and it could be nice to establish. Well, Butter keeps saying that he can't do the trader, and that he wants me to do the trader, and I'll do the trader. That's not a problem. It'll be very manual to start with, but then we can do some code and work it out and what have you. But he doesn't want to touch the trader, and that's fine. But I need to get this working so that we can then make life easier for ourselves. why is that not working? Oh, that's why. Take that down. We're using the Red Munchkin patented system called the FFS, Floor Filing System. That's what we're using at the moment. I've never even built it. I've seen people setting up automation for finding trade ship links, but I've not read into it enough to really know what I'm getting into. I did a manual way of doing the trader, but it's I've got an idea of how I would do it automatically, but I don't know. I've not done it, so I'm not sure. Flying thing's annoying me now. What is that? In a week or some, that lack of water could turn fatal. Yeah, I ran out and had to quickly find a few stacks of water ice. Gee, good for a while longer. Good. I was hoping to get this so it'd be a standard, but the noisy people at home. Close the door. Right, okay, where were we? The label there. There. Where are you? Where are you? Gone past it, haven't I? Gauge. Diode. Oh, it's an input, isn't it? It's a different. That's why. Oh, there's a label plate as well. What? What? This is unacceptable. I want to mess with the trader, but I've got to get this atmosphere. Yeah, it's this is the thing with Stationeers, right? It's always, oh, I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. And you need to do everything all the same at the same time. This thing looks smaller than that one. Yeah, I don't have such a problem in Factorio, but because there's less survival aspect in Factorio, you know, but this, I find that there is a real need for it. Right, so we can see if this works then. Mod. Console displays inputs. Right. Immediately you're not working. You're not going to work. You just don't have all the buttons. Resender! Very much for the raid. How you doing? We just send everything that's in the vending machine up. Hey Neo, how you doing? I always have space issues in Factorio. I forget where I need to keep room for expansion. Absolutely. Good, but you're tired. Okay. There's more of this. There's more. You were playing Foundation? Is that Foundation as in Foundation and Empire? Or is that like something else? That's an issue I never run into. All my stuff in Factorio on the train network. So if I need to expand it, it's at a new station. I find that I misjudge it. So I build an area and I build where I think it's a long way apart. And then then I need to add this bit. Then I need to add this bit. And suddenly I find that I've run out of room. Even with my trains. And then I find I have a problem with, I'm now trying to build all the way over here, and my base is here, and this is like miles away, and I don't have all of the resources I need to build. So now I have to come all the way back, and I'll get what I think I need, and I come all the way back over here, and I don't have... That was my problem. Oh, I can set the sack size even bigger. Oh, so it can do... Can it do a full stack of Electrum? Oh. So the stacker will send... So it doesn't stack at the back, it stacks at the front. Okay, I thought it would stack at the front, at the back. Silicon, of all things. All right, I will nick some silicon now, if it exists. Doesn't look like there's any there. That way before break something. Reagent mix to smelt as is. As is? I've got 1,500. I've got reasonably good at judging how much space you need. I'm going to show how bad I am at the game now, aren't I? Okay, I've only got 1,300 hours in it. I've only got 1,300 hours. I'm a newbie compared to you. That's my excuse. Tell you what, I'm so thankful that you can keep your code in library. I seriously hate it. Yes. I'm kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Right? And the reason why I'm 6 of one, half dozen of the other is that having to remake it every time reinforces what you've learned. But at the same time, having the pain...
Oh, hey Justin J, thanks for hitting that follow button.
Justin J, thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the Munch Bunch. If you want to continue lurking, feel free, that is not a problem. I've thrown myself now then. Yeah, so if you end up, if you have to reprogram it every time, then it reinforces the learning. But if you have to program it every time, it gets boring. So yeah, it is a 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Your name's got the rhythm of a well-oiled machine. There you go. Thank you. So where we are, that deep miner is actually a gold miner. Well, that's why I say from scratch. It's good to look over and spot ways to improve when you're re-implementing. But I'd hate to go through the trouble of... Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. I mean, I was having a... So, if... And I doubt very much there's any devs watching, right? I kept running into a problem where my library would take a long time to load, right? It would like take 2 or 3 minutes to load. And someone said, oh, it looks like a networking problem. And we were looking at it and we're going, well, it doesn't look like a networking problem, but maybe it is, because it's not a networking issue for me. But what it turns out, it is a networking issue. And I was subscribed to some code on the workshop for something. I don't know what it was, but that code had been removed from Steam. And so the game was requesting code from Steam, and it was taking a long time to time out. My guess is to time out before it would load all of my my library. And also, weirdly, it looks like it's hard. This version seems to be hard coded as to where your scripts and your saves are. So previous to the big update, or maybe it's something to do with Windows 11. And we'll put that in, because I've just upgraded from Windows 10 to Windows 11. I feel unclean. Right? Not through choice. If I could have had the extension, I would have gone for it. But anyway, we are where we are. I reinstalled Stationeers because I was having some issues. And the issues were, it was not finding my scripts. It wasn't finding the save file. Now, I'm an IT. I used to work in IT. I have a pretty good idea about Windows. And what I do, I mean, it's not particularly technical, but I relocate my documents and all of my stuff. I relocate it off of my C drive, because your downloads will fill up, your documents will fill up, and your C drive is where your operating system is. If ever you have to reinstall your operating system, you don't want to be in a position where you're forced to format the C drive to reinstall your operating system, or even worse, where you make a mistake and you F-disk your C drive and you lose everything. So I use Windows, and there's an very, very easy way in Windows of doing it. It's not particularly technical. I relocate all of my libraries off of my C drive onto my F drive, which is spinning Rust, but it's a hybrid SSD stroke hard drive. So it caches stuff that's regularly accessed, but it's got long-term storage, because it was cheaper to do that than it was to buy a big SSD. Yeah, well, you know what I mean, F-disk. So when you install Windows and it goes, oh, you need to repartition your hard drive. You know what I mean by it. I'm old school, but you know what I mean by F-disk, all right? Repartition your drives. So, where Stationeers had been saving my save games, and where it had been saving my scripts and the mods, you're old too, yeah. That was on my F drive. So if you clicked on my documents, it would take you to bang. If you clicked on, and everything else would direct it there. And so my save game was on the F drive. And I think this is something to do with Windows 11, right? I installed Windows 11. I did all the redirections. We were talking about that yesterday, I did all the redirections again, right? shows that my documents is pointing to the right place in the F drive, and da 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 da. All of this. So all of my documents, all my save games, all of my photos, all of my pictures, they're all on the F drive. You click on the right thing on Windows and it takes you to the right place. So it's all linked back up again properly. Stationeers would not find my save games or my library. It made, so it wouldn't find it. I tried a number of different things. I then uninstalled Stationeers, thinking, oh, maybe it hasn't picked up some stuff. It would only save to the users folder in the C drive. It's a bit niche. It is a bit niche. I mean, I don't know how many other people will move stuff like that. And I suspect it's a mishmash between Stationeers and something that happens in Windows 11. So even uninstalling it, rebooting, deleting all the files, reboot folders that it created, rebooting, and then reinstalling Stationeers. It's insisting on going on my C drive. So I had to move the save game from the F folder and my scripts from the F folder, or F drive, sorry, to the C drive, and then it picked up the saves. So there's something weird there. But anyway, coming back to the library timing out, I don't know if it has. I would imagine it does. Set up a symlink to another drive for app data. I did that years ago, and I broke everything. So I don't mess with the app folder. I don't like the app folder, and I want to move the app folder off. But I did it once, and it broke everything so badly that I've never gone back and done it again. But that was more than 10 years ago. So that was probably, I don't know, Windows 7, Windows 8. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Right. Where was I? I was trying to do this, wasn't I? I need to print. Oh, I need that. This is weird, right? I'm playing with an Echo because I've got the problems we had with Tangier in the past. Right? So Tangier is a browser source which gives us dungeons and stuff like this. Why did I press that button? I didn't want to press that button. And it gives us sound effects, and it gives us stuff that happens on the screen. So if you saw the vanishing duck earlier, that's Tangier. For some reason, Tangier causes my OBS, the render pipeline, to crash or hang for 10 minutes. So all the audio and everything still works. I could still open and close and do all my things inside OBS, but I cannot transmit anything to either YouTube or Twitch. The whole render pipeline dies. And it's the Tangier browser source. There's something going on within it. And it looked like it might have something to do with the amount of network ports it's trying to use. But, you know, I could be wrong. Not sorter. Wow, I've got a lot of sorters. I want a stacker. Do I not have a stacker? Oh, I had a bunch of stackers here. I must have a stacker. There's a stack. So 10G. So I have a 2 PC setup. So my gaming rig is my main one, and then the stream rig is actually that PC back there. You can see. I run Tangier on this machine, and it doesn't cause me any problems. I run it on that machine, it breaks everything. But that means then, for me to get the effects of Tangier, I have to listen to the audio of the game rig. Normally, when I'm streaming, I'm listening to the audio of the stream rig. But the delay between the two is less than a millisecond or two. And it sounds fine insofar as what's happening. But it's weird because I'm now getting that echo. I hear, and it's like click, 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 click. But when I'm playing the game, it's so close to what I'm seeing, I don't get any disconnect between the sound and what's happening in the game. But because I'm listening to the game audio, so that I listen to Tangier, and I hear the game audio from over there, and the music levels to balance the music levels, and try and keep the audio good for everybody, I'm getting a double hit. Also, a whole bunch of the sound effects, the normal alerts, are on that rig, so I have to listen to that rig so it can get. So I'm going click click, bang bang, ka-dunk ka-dunk. Walking, it sounds like there's two of me walking. And then you get a laughing dog. Thanks, Noz. I think that was Noz, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Noz. La, 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 la. The trials and tribulations that I have to put myself through to stream. Oh, woe is me. How you doing, Noz? Hope you're well. I should link that back up. That wants Electrum. That's interesting. It burnt out of peeps, yeah. I get it. I get it. Can I make that? It won't work because I haven't connected it all up yet. Oh, okay. Done that one. Hoping it has it output it this side, because otherwise now it's in the vending machine and that's going to be a pain. Yeah, that'd be why it's not connected then. Oh, we're in the UK, we're coming up to fireworks night, and there we go. There's fireworks going off. We've got, what, like 2 weeks till fireworks? People have got fireworks. Oh dear. I think the vending machine does have one. I think it rejected it. Yeah, oh, because the code should be working. Have I not set up the code properly? That would be a first, wouldn't it? Right, printer. Electric dial, yeah, that's the problem. Console dual. Need to change those. Electric sorter. Yep. That's electric's button. Electric's filter. Electrics LED. Right. Okay. That's not done that. Ability button. Feel like I should have some other stuff in here. Problem is, right, okay. You're just a dial, you're a utility. So, it should be elec dial. Is it the right name though? That's the problem. Like SL. Change then. That, and suddenly it's growing again. I want to get the I want to spray these the same color. Why have you broken now? Memory not writable at line 34. I beg your pardon. What's 34? Output sorter. Output. Oh God. No. Stacker. Sorter. Do I need to move it to logical? No mode thing. Nope. Mode 0. No, that's the same mode. Boom. Is there a different type of sorter? I bet that's not a logical sorter. So what's that number? That is prefab 02. That's the wrong sorter. Okay. That's why. Logicals. Right, okay. I don't know what we're calling it now. What did we call it? Elect sorter, I think, wasn't it? Electric Boogaloo. Doesn't matter so much. Yeah. cars. Stacker. Elect sorter. That shouldn't have anything on it. No device. Electronics button. Elect sorter. Aww. Right. Oh, now it's changed to line 25. Line 25. Output sorter on. Output sorter is 1.
Storm incoming.
Apparently there's a storm coming. Storm is coming. I've just realised I probably have to reconnect it. Elect sorter. Oh look, there you go. Data disk. That's Windows key. You're connected on both sides. Have to connect you on both sides? Is this where the problem doth lie? No, I don't understand. You need my insight. Done it all wrong. Right, let me come over then. Right, what do you need my amazing decision-making abilities on? Hello. That's the maintenance tunnel entrance. Okay. That's a door, is it? Right. Well, yes, you can bring the cable up over this side. Depends on how many pipes there are. What you could do is do a layer below. Do a layer below or a layer above. 10 to 12 is good for everything. Well, okay, you're going to need a different tunnel then for pipes. Because basically all the way round 2 frames is basically all the cables. Yeah, does that make sense? Oh, there's a little bit of land there, I can't get past it. So too many cables. You can never have too many cables. So at the moment, we've got 2 on each side, right? But there's provision for all the, you know, you can see how the cables can run. So unless you can somehow fit all of your pipe work now we're stuck. Come in the room. Right, you can see how much is taken up with cables. Yeah, so you got basically 3 at the top there of expansion, and then there's 1 down the side for expansion. What I don't like is cables going through frames or pipes going through frames. Yeah, so where it goes through a frame, it's a wall. Like this is a double-sided wall. There's double glass here, and then there's double glass on the other side. So you can, ideally, if you put glass in, and it's where it is, because that's not going to change temperature because of it's not in the sun. Yeah, we don't have to worry about pressure going up and down too much. Yeah, you won't be able. You'll be able to come around the edges, but when I'm pipes, I don't want pipes and cables hidden. The reason behind this is if something bursts and it's behind something, you can't find it, then you've got to dig around to find it. Does that make sense? Whereas if you've got a pipe coming through, so I would have, as I've got here, this is where the cable enters the building, and underneath is where the humans and robots enter the building. And I would suggest the same for the greenhouse. Don't glass sensors show burst pipes though? They do, and that's assuming you've got them. 2-block high tunnel. Yeah, I mean that's fine. That's fine. And if, I mean, I don't know how many pipes you need, but as an example, you could have pipes going along the side, right? And then we can use the second bit. If the pipes are all along the side and up and over, yeah, so in the same, so if the pipes are in the same configuration, but below, you know, below or above where these cables are, so you do 2 again, we can have a floor for the gas pipes and a floor for the electric cables. Does that make sense? So we have 2 tunnels, double decker, 1 above each other, 1 for cables, 1 for pipes, or cables and pipes, and then we can just put floor grates down, and then we can walk along them, and we can dig off an area and go up. And yeah, no, I'm agreeing. You know, you said too high. I agree with you, but to avoid confusion, I'm giving all of the information. Yeah, so I agreed with you, but by restating it, I'm making sure you and I have the same information. It's like at the end of a phone call with someone, it is always, so you ring up the estate agent, you ring up the insurance company, you ring up McDonald's for breakfast, you say things, and then at the end you recap. So that's this. Because if anything's been missed, it can be covered there. And at the end of meetings as well. Okay, so we agree the action points for this meeting are X, Y, Z. Oh, no, I didn't make it all the way up. Somehow, okay, I don't even know where that's where I want to go. Come on, go! Right, fine, okay, we'll go the other way. And this is why I wish you could make half height, like the whole block for piping. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. We should come out to the secret entrance. The hidden one that you must know about in the side of the mountain. Having half a frame, I would like to have the ability to have cables cross, right? Having cables cross.
Warning. Warning.
Ah, and the storm ends. I don't know why I was closing that. How did he get up here? I couldn't fly up here. It wouldn't let me. I would like to have cables of a different colour cross, or cables of a different size cross, so you don't end up with a cable that comes along and now it's got to jump over and go over. That's another thing. Yeah, I don't have to worry about machine wiring on one floor mixing with the ceiling wires on another. Yeah, I tell you what, there's a mod I saw for electrical stuff, and I'm really interested in it. I'm not going to add it on yet, but I'm really interested in it because it starts talking about high voltage and low voltage and redistribution, and the fact that if you've got batteries in parallel, in the real world, the power is drawn from all of them simultaneously, and the power is put to all of them simultaneously. I wish I'd placed the furnace room 2 blocks away from the main tunnel. I mean, that's caught me out a number of times, where you go into the power room and this battery's empty and all of these other batteries are full, and you're like, that's not how it works. Right, I need a comfort break. Right, as we've only got 10 minutes or so to the next pre-roll ads, I'm going to run on Twitch some ads whilst I take a break. You're not going to miss any gameplay. So just stick with me and I'll be back in a minute.
The automatic pilot system is not functional.
Yes! Oh, 50 arrows. I got the wishbone! Ooh! Oh!
Cha-ching! Oh, that'll be a donation. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much. Oh, what's going on? Getting a bit glitchy. What is this? Oh, you! Oh! Hey, Gran.
Here we go. Get ready.
75
Get ready.
Blowing my charges. Clear.
I don't even see him.
I do.
I do.
Contact source.
I just turned. I went, ooh, bang. This is not good. That's it. Come on. Restart. No, that's incoming fire.
We have a little problem with our entry sequence, so we may experience some slight turbulence and
Come on.
explode.
Fire. Oh, come on, baby. Come on. You can do it. Holy mother of... We've got a new emote, Mill. Look, people, show him the new emote. Show him the new emote. Oh, is that Jacinda? Javsenda? Javsenda. I'm sorry for butchering your name. I'm not very good. Why are people saying weird words? Because we are playing a... I found mini poppadoms. Mrs. Red has absolutely demolished them already, so... I'm going to finish them off. In the world of Simpsons, which Hollywood superstar lent their voice to Maggie's first word? Find out when the ad's finished in 3 minutes. Elizabeth Taylor provided the voice for Maggie's first word. Wow, I didn't know that. It's purely an aesthetic issue for me. I don't mind having an intermediate maintenance area between floors, but I either have to sacrifice 2 block-high rooms or have 3 block... Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's why I don't like square buildings, and why we're going to put fairings on around our buildings. Right. Why is that not working? Electronics? I mean... Why is that not working? It's wired up. I mean, it doesn't even have a cable on the bottom, but it's wired up. It must be connected back to there. Or maybe not. Okay, maybe it's not connected up. But I would have thought it would be, because otherwise where's it getting power from? Right. Okay. Bring cable. Bring cable. It is connected up. That's connected up. That's connected up. Why is that able to read that? But that's not. Right. Elec LED. Have I made changes but haven't written them? Looks like you did not hook up the left panel on the bottom. No, I don't think it does have a connector at the bottom. That one does, but that one doesn't appear to have a cable. Yeah, it's on the same level as that, but I don't think that one actually has a cable. This one, well, you know what? You might be right on that one. I don't know about that one. I want to check the names. Ah, if I press the right button. Right. Okay, that's the wrong name. We found that elect mats. We found that capitals do make a difference. Are you kidding me? I put the LED upside down. Look, it's upside down. Fortunately, with this mod, I can just do that. Right, okay, let's send everything back. I think I've done it again. Anyway, Maniac Killer, how are you doing? Hope you're well. You're okay. Oh, that's good. Better than not being okay, so we'll take that as a positive. Mods. So the mod I'm using gives you these panels, right? So it's called modular console. If you look me up on Steam, you should then be able to find out what mods I'm using, because my profile's open on Steam. So what it also does is it allows you to do things like this. I generally speaking, I try to play early access games as they are, because that way you know that the bug you're getting is the bug you're getting. It's not because of a mod that's been installed, and I think that's way more important for people like me than other players because I'm playing it in front of an audience, and if a developer is watching, or I can clip it easily, or someone can send a link, and so they can see the steps that happened. I generally don't play mods. I mean, I did with Kerbal Space Program, but that's a different kettle of fish. But this was just so good. I had to buy it. I had to install it. Look at this. Look, I can. Right, I got little consoles telling me what's going on. Took me ages to program this. Right, you can make consoles that look like bridges. If you're in creative mode and you turn on, if you turn creative mode on, word of warning: if you turn creative mode on, it turns off your achievements. But if you turn on creative mode, you can spawn in cameras. You can then get cameras on like around your base. There is a performance hit, so be aware, right? But you can have the displays showing your cameras around your base. Once we've got all of the achievements, I might go creative mode just to spawn in the cameras, just so that we can have like camera rooms and stuff like this. But you got little LED display here. I mean, it took me a while to figure out how to get this to work, and it's controlled from that one chip so far. But if you look, that chip's at 3,916 bytes. Again, there's a bit. The way I'm coding now. The way I'm coding now, and the stuff that I'm learning or relearning during doing this coding, I could probably reduce the size of the program. You see, I've always wanted to make a centralized control room for my base once I go mega base scale, and something like this. That's what I wanted. Right, that's what I want. So the power station is there. Initially, the idea was that I thought I didn't know when I restarted the game about regions and how the regions worked. I didn't know, and I was going to have a deep core miner, and I was going to, and then when I found out about this, I thought where I was a coal, a place where you could have a deep miner doing coal. So I built this power station with a view that what I was going to do was funnel coal from the deep miner in and use that. So I'd have a solar and coal powered power station, and then I'd flick levers and stuff like this, based on what was going on. So you can, my understanding is as well, those levers, you can actually write to the levers, I think, so that the levers will move. But the idea of those levers for us is right, we need to go into power save mode. Ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Right, we can send power to the greenhouse, we can send power to life support. That kind of thing was where we were going this. For the most part, I very much preferred without playing mods. I like playing games as Dev intended, at least for a while. But this, that Darth was my view. And then I found, as I say, I found the electric one, and it's a reworking of the electrics within the game, and the way that they've said about how things work, and I'm like, ooh, I really want to use this mod, but this is now stepping away from this is now stepping away from the principle, as I say. Yeah, Neo, the new RV electric mod. I like the sound of it. Now, one of the, as I was saying, right? So I play the game. I know that in the past, some devs have come into the stream when I'm streaming. And if there are any devs and you see them in the names, please do not hassle them. I don't know, because I don't know who's in chat. I don't have that, right? And sometimes they come in and they have spoken, in the past. As I say, I don't know if there's any in now, and if there are, don't hassle them. But what can happen is, by having the game and by showing the mod, what can happen is maybe the devs will go, ooh, that's a good idea. And what they'll do is they'll write their own implementation of it, and that gives you the option of using their one or the mod one, right? And hopefully they'll give credit to the mod developer and all of this. But that's what happened in Kerbal Space Program. Okay, granted, the robotics wasn't necessarily a good... the robotics, I feel, was not a good implementation. I felt there was a number of shortfalls in Kerbal Space Program with robotics, but the concept was good. To be fair, the devs aim for realism pretty much in all aspects of the game. The problem with the electrical definitely feels like something that eventually changed. I mean, ages ago, I don't remember if it was... I think it wasn't one of my streams. I think it was they were doing a live stream of Stationeers, and occasionally they'll do it. And I said in there, how about having the cables cross over? So different coloured cables can cross over each other. So if it's a red cable, it can cross over an orange cable, and the two are separate networks. So, like in real life, here's one cable, right? And there's a second cable. Yeah, I know they're the same cable, but we'll ignore that, right? They're crossing over. They're not actually going to interfere with each other. Yes, I know, crosstalk, blah, 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 blah. But, most people aren't going to even notice it, right? And I think it was Rocket said, oh, that's a good idea. And Hypemare was there as well. And it was like, oh, yeah, that's a great idea. I wouldn't want to be the dev that now has to code that. I agree, Amy. Yeah, an insulated T-junction. Well, exactly. I mean, the cables are all insulated anyway. They must be, because if I was to touch that cable and it's 100 kilowatts, that's going to hurt. Yeah, and I mean, you could see down here. Yeah. This is the kind of thing I don't like. Right? I don't like this. Because there's nothing that says to me that cable can't go across there and be a different colour. Or maybe even it goes and it goes over a little bit. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'll press the cable. Yeah. So, I mean, I say different coloured. I say a different coloured cable. Thanks, guys. A different coloured cable going across is a different network, right? That's how I feel anyway, right? And that's what I would like to see. Or, you've got a junction box here. Maybe there could be some bigger junction box where you see, the cables going around each other, or something like that. Just to get rid of this going over. I mean, I think you can have cables going through pipes. which just, okay, you can have a cable going over a pipe, going through a pipe, but not a cable. Even if you aren't doing color-based stuff like you're saying, a simple component that allows cables to cross without touching would be relative. Yeah, I think it comes down to the coding. Now, you've got to remember, my information here could be slightly wrong, but my understanding is Stationeers started off as a side project for Rocket, Dean Hall, and it was inspired on the Space Station 13 game. Okay, inspired by, like, just because it's inspired doesn't mean it's going to be the same, right? Inspired by. Ooh, the idea of a space station, great idea. Building your own space station. That's inspired by. And then that project ended up turning into a training project for new software engineers or software developers coming into Rocket Work. And so it became a training process. This is how you learn how we do code in-house. This is how you approach things in-house. And for a long time, there were a bunch of us that was like, oh, this is really going well. And then we started going, well, this is going a bit weird. What's going on here? There's bugs all over the show. This is, it doesn't feel like it's being developed. It feels like it will have like a spurt of maybe 2 or 3 months, and then nothing happens. And then, 6 months, 8 months down the line, something happens, and there's no communication in between. And this all led to dissatisfaction within a number of the community. I mean, a number of streamers were like, no, I'm done with it. And they walked away from it. Not because, oh, look at me, I'm a streamer, but from the perspective of they seem to have abandoned this game. There's nothing happening with this game. We've paid money for this game and nothing's happening. But there was a change a good while ago. And the developers, and this was the other thing, the developers that you knew a name, so dev notes would come out, and this developer's done this, and this developer's done this, and this developer's done this. And then it would change, and you'd never hear from this developer again. So either they've left the company or they've moved to another project. And this all came back to, this is actually a training process. They're training their software engineers how to do things within. And it's then like, but if this is a training thing, why did we pay money for it? So there was resentment. And then there was resentment around the DLC. So I play as a robot because I personally find the mechanic of having to go and get washed a pain in the backside, right? So I play as a robot. Also, I was gifted it, and so, I appreciate the fact that I was gifted it, so I use it, right? Just like, well, not that Discount was gifted, I don't think he was gifted it, but he's using the Zillion download. And the way that they presented it to us at the time, they got a lot of hate because the way that they presented it. Rocketworks have learned a lot as a business. I learned a lot of the business. And now the way that they approach things is very different. Now we're getting regular updates. Now they're actually, people that were over here on Icarus have been moved back and they've done stuff. And we can see the development ongoing and ongoing and ongoing and ongoing. And we can see them pushing towards a 1.0 release. So I think that's all good. I think there are some legacy things, but what they've done is they've done a number of changes. They this is broken, so they rewrote the atmosphere. They've done this big update, which is a big update on how the terrain is formed, and I really like this update. So overall, this game is moving in the right direction. It had a rocky start, but they recovered, and they're moving on in a positive direction. And they're moving, and as far as I can see, they are moving. So this is where I'm going. The electric system is a legacy system. Does it work? Yes. Is there major issues with it? No, not really. Is it good enough for it to be the game to be like this when the game releases? I think yes, it does the job. There aren't any major issues with it. Would I like it to be different? Yes. Would I like it to be more in line with, as I say, you know, the batteries working and properly and all of this stuff? Hopefully this is the last time they have to break save. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing it since 2018. I've never finished a base. Never finished a base because of two things. One, something new and shiny comes out over here and I disappear, and I can focus on something for a long time. I would disappear over here and play this new shiny game. Or that's happened, they've done an update, it's broken the thing, and I'm like, I don't want to start again, and I go and play something else for a period of time. Absolutely they did. Absolutely they did, Marius, and fair play. What counts as finished anyway? Oh wow, yeah. Yeah. But this is the thing, right? And this is the thing that I try and put across. I play Star Citizen. Star Citizen isn't even an alpha. This hasn't even finished alpha stage, right? So in the old terms, old parlance, alpha complete meant every mechanic that you want in the game is in the game. So trading, electrics, automation, all, you know, shooting, death, dying, health, all the mechanics are in the game. That's alpha. So the game is finished, as in it's feature complete. Then you have beta and you have alpha testing. So you test things that are working within that function. Then you have beta testing. So the testing of all the functionality, you've found what you think are most of the problems. You've solved those and you think now it's good enough to go to beta. So that's, as far as you're concerned, 90-ish% of all the bugs are fixed. Now you go to beta. Now you find a whole new raft of bugs because now you've expanded it out and people are doing things that you would never expect, you know. So one of the jokes, a software developer software developers in the pub, right? So a software developer writes the pub. First client comes in, buys 1 pint, gets 1 pint. The developer the client comes in and tries to give the landlord the pint. It's rejected. The landlord, a group come in and they order 99 beers, and 99 beers are handed out and the right amount of money comes back. Right, that's alpha testing. Potentially even beta testing. Then they do gold release, right? They release it to people like me. And what do? I run in to the pub, I run around shouting, I set fire to the pub, and I run out again. And the developer goes, why would you even try and do that? How am I supposed to even error catch that? Nobody in their sane mind would do that, right? So that's why you go to beta and release candidate and stuff like this. I mean, the last couple of years, Rocketworks has been systematically going through the whole game and improving its system by system. First atmospheric, then it was farming, the terrain. Judging from the latest updates, it seems like power systems are next to be impacted. I mean, I don't know. I don't have an in. There you go. That's the one. The user comes in, asks for the pub, asks for the bathroom, and the pub bursts into flames. Yeah, I think that's actually the line. I think that one might actually be the line. But just to give you an example. So are they gonna do developers never account for people like hey, I agree, Darth Chaos. I agree. Developers never account for people like Let's Game It Out or me, Digital. Right? The number of times I have broken games and people have gone, how? How have you broken the game? What used to happen, I used to work in IT, and what they would go is they'd write some code, and then they'd go, right, we think it works, give it to Red. And Red would go, no, it's broken. Yeah, it's broken. Here you go. And they go, what? How? Oh, you've done that. Yeah. If there's a way to break a game, hello, have you seen me? Have you seen any of my videos? Speedrunners are experts at doing things developers never expected. Yeah, and exploiting. I find it. Yeah, I find it. Yeah, the number of times we've been playing, and I mean, there's a bunch of clips. I don't know if they still exist, where we found things. I mean, I broke. They'd released these new tutorials for Stationeers, right? Yeah, I remember Red breaking Star Citizen missions, never able to progress. Then we restart and Red and not discount. Sorry, Thatch Andy tries it, and it works fine. I will break it. I don't know what it is. It must be my magnetic personality. I break things. I test things to destruction. Bear with me a second.
Like a glove?
The automatic personality. No wonder floppy disk kept getting erased. I know. What can I say? You know, don't bring a hard drive near me. Oh. So yes, if there's a way of breaking it. So anyway, the long and the short of it is, I've been around Stationeers since 2018, January 2018. I've enjoyed it. I've played it. It's an early access game. Early access games break. They break saves. It can be frustrating, but when you buy an early access game, you are buying a game that is not complete. You are buying a game that is a work in progress. Basically, you are buying an aeroplane. You've bought a Cessna two-seater aeroplane, right? And whilst you're flying it, they are trying to turn it into a 747 jumbo jet, right? Whilst you're in the air, there's gonna be some issues. So just think about it. Speaking of new terrain, I don't know if it's just because I've gotten used to how careful it used to be, but have they fixed the random skull crushing mining tends to give the careless space dwarf? Yes, I think they have. It tend to be that you would mine something and there would be I think there was a physics glitch in that you would mine something, and rather than the atmosphere slowly coming in, something to do with like 1 or 2 ticks of physics. Hang on, you hang on. If you've done that, hang on. Lucky you.
The automatic pilot system is not functional.
What? Jeez. Thank you very much, Serb. That was Serb with a, I think it was a £32 tip. No, didn't we? I can't remember. Did we leave that one? I think we left that one because everyone liked it too much. I'm back. I have a mug for you. I survived KSP2 early access, and all I got, what, can you see that? All I got was this t-shirt. It's a mug for tea. Part of the joke is it's not a t-shirt, it's a mug. It's a bug. Yeah? I made those when KSP2 was coming out, and it's like, oh, KSP2 early access is going to be like KSP1's early access. It's going to be fine. I actually do have a t-shirt with that big logo on, so that's my logo, one of my logos, with Wolfie on. Right, let's put that. So I've got t-shirts as well. So I've sold a total of two of those mugs. One to me and one to Dran. So yes, early access. So yeah, but the difference is with KSP2, the money grabbing oiks. You sold it to yourself. Does it even count? I got a discount. Does that matter? Machine power saver. Guess what you made? A machine power saver. Ooh, good for you. What is that? Running around. I gave yourself a discount. Well, because it's not my... because it's... who's that through? I think that's through Fourth Wall. Now when there's no order going around and no one in the base, the machines turn off. Cool. Excellent. Good job. So if you... so the important thing is... so a switch. I don't know what the Obama Medal of Honor meme is. I don't actually know what that one is. Giving it to himself. Is it him giving himself the Medal of Honor? I don't know. Fourth Wall. I don't promote my merch much because some places do good products for this. So I'm pretty sure that's Fourth Wall, right? And their mugs are good quality mugs. And it's been through the dishwasher. The printing hasn't come off. I used Streamlabs, and I know we all make mistakes. Right? We all make mistakes. I used Streamlabs for my merch, and they initially looked all right. And I like a big mug. Right, so to give you an idea, right? Mug, can of Coke, and it rattles around in there. Don't know if you can. Yeah, it's a big mug. I like big mugs of tea. Right? I used to run on mugs of tea. I was like a builder. Feed me drinks of tea, and I just carry on working. And this has turned into much more of a just talk stream, isn't it? And I've got some others with other of my logos on. A barrel with a handle. I mean, my head for scale. Does that help? It's not as big as I've seen. Fair Salt's. Fair Salt's got one, and it's like this big. It's like you're drinking from the... I quite like that, but the idea of trying to clean that out is just a nightmare. That's not going to go in the dishwasher, is it? So this has been good, right? None of it's chipping off or anything like this. The stuff I got from Streamlabs, and one of the reasons why I went with them is because they did like a 15-ounce cup, I think it is. And I got it, and I was like, "Oh, this is quite good." And it says it's dishwasher. Is it supposed to be dishwasher safe? Both of them, the print is flaking off. And I bought T-shirts and stuff through them, and I find this is Streamlabs. I find that they don't fit very well and what have you, and so I've tried over the years different merch companies. And so I say, like, Fourth Wall, the mug is great. The hoodies, I like a hoodie with a zip, as you can see. I like a hoodie with a zip. The hoodie with a zip, it's like a small dress on me, right? I got a t-shirt The double XL, right? So not massive, not a great big tent, double XL t-shirt. My eldest daughter, it's so big and baggy and so loose round the neck, right? My eldest daughter uses it as a mini dress type top. You know, like, you know, where they wear a very long top and then they wear leggings underneath it, right? And it comes down to sort of like halfway down their legs or halfway down their thighs. It was a t-shirt bought for me. She wears it. It's like trying to find somewhere that does quality merch is really difficult. And I buy any merchandise, any place I go for their merchandise and I set up merch with, I don't have a lot of money, so this is why I don't do merch very often. I will buy one or two of the products that are available and see what they're like. So I don't promote merch because I just don't find it. Could it be that the sizes are based on US, not UK standards? They do size guides. The biggest problem is, hey, question, with the solar moon storms on the moon, how do you know if we'll have to worry about exposed thermal non-insulated tanks? I don't know. But something that has made me pause. They used to apparently have radiation in the game. Too many people died of radiation, so it got taken out. I keep forgetting the camera's here. I've got a camera here. You're here. I apologize. I'm talking to the camera here because it's right in front of me, but you're here. I apologize. So, and now it's really weird because I'm looking down the barrel and I can see myself. So they had radiation, but too many people died from it, and I wonder if they're going to have solar storms and there's going to be issues with radiation in the solar storms. Don't know. I kind of do and don't want them to at the same time, because, you know, that would then mean everyone has to build underground bases. We did get a new suit. Yeah, I know. And it uses water cooling, doesn't it? All right, I want to send these back. I don't know about radiation, but you do have to worry about heating, so I think uninsulated tanks may be an issue. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. The outside temp does not change during the storm on the moon. All my tanks are currently insulated. Do you get the solar storms, Neo GP? I'm really thrown as to why this is not working. Since last week, okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we've had solar storms here. But I guess we get the normal storms. So what they've done is they've put a storm of some form on the moon as well. On the moon and Miamis. Okay. Because everywhere else... Is there an atmosphere on Miamis? I don't know if there's an atmosphere on Miamis. Right, that's the reason why. So you now have this. You have a storm, you have windstorms, and you have solar storms. I think they're on the moon only, but I've been playing for a bit on an old moon save and haven't seen one yet. I think you need to have a new moon save. I think. Right, so you are waiting for stuff. Or you can F3 a storm start. That's true, you could. This is... interesting. Right, I think... Oh, no. No. Look. It's not changing that one. So that now wants iron. This one's copper. No new save needed. Do get solar storms on my save, but that's... What? Let me try that again. No new save needed. Do get solar storms on my save that I started after the ground update, but before the storm update. Ah. So it's the terrain update you need. Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Close that. That might help. Right. This isn't quite working as intended. The stacker's also turned off. Nice. Right, so that is working. Oh, I want one. Can't do that. So elect mat is not requesting from the vending machine. So elect mat. Okay. Where is that? That is down the bottoms. Ah, okay. Because that's got the wrong name. So what was that button name? That would make things probably better. Confirm that. Yeah. That. No errors. Okay, so it's the same way, right? So here, right, this is reading the button. So the button, this button here, right? So this button here, elect mats, right? You're reading it exactly the same way as any other dial. Keep catching the Windows key. It's really blooming annoying. So LBN, so load batch network, run print, so that's the register. The button is the hash. The button name is the hash name. What I've done up here, right, because I want to use the same code for all the printers without having to go through everyone and change register names and everything like this. What I've done is I've told it here to move the name of the printer or of the item. So on the lathe, on the automatic lathe, the dial is, I've named it lathe dial, lathe LED, lathe mats star. Okay, the lathe mats star here just means that the button won't have the name on it. So I can then change, I can use the same code on different chips, come in and change 3 or 4 lines here, and then connect the various printer and stuff for that printer here, right? And so what I can do is, because hash will convert... Everything's on fire! Thanks, Naz. Will convert electric dial into the hash value. It's the same down here. So where down here, this here right? So load batch network, R0 or LBN, should I say, into register 0. The device, the hash name, the setting, and the sum, rather than typing in, as I've got down here, hash iron, this is quite a large number of characters, right? So when I'm doing large names, I did this initially here for two reasons. One, to make it easier, but also so I'm not constantly typing in the same thing over and over again, and also to try and reduce the amount of size of the program. But that's what I'm doing at the bottom. This is here, LBN, register, hash, the button. So all the buttons, again up here, all of the buttons are defined. So all of the buttons that are named, button name. Now that might be slightly longer. I can change that name and make it even smaller, but that's what I'm doing. And also I find that makes it more readable to me. So when I come back, one of the things is you write code, 6 months later you come back. If you haven't commented it properly, you won't know what's going on in that code. Why did you do it this way? Why did that happen? Why did this happen? Right? Adding in comments is making this file bigger. Right? So if I do this, right, just a space has added one character. Right? I'm just adding spaces. That's making the size of this file bigger. So you actually want to be as efficient as you can be. And so, yeah, I could type in R1, R2, but that's not very descriptive. I might be using a different register up here, and I come down here and now I reuse it, and that causes me a problem. So I prefer having names. This is possibly too long, so I could do B name, and that would reduce it quite a lot, wouldn't it? That would get rid of all of that. Now that suddenly becomes a lot smaller than hash bracket electric materials button, close brackets. Yeah, does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. That's brilliant. Oh, well, thank you very much, Neo. I didn't know if it would work, so I gave it a go and it worked. I have a very unique method for commenting my code. I don't comment on it, and future me can just believe the program runs on magic. Well, here's the thing, right? When I did my software engineering education in college some 30 years ago, right? One of the pieces of code that we had to write was a white space remover and comment remover. So anything that was a comment or white space takes up space, right? And this was way more important 30 years ago, 20 years ago, when people still, you know, 1 meg ADSL lines. Now people have got 1 gig ADSL lines, or, you know, cable lines. It doesn't matter so much. I used to work for an online company. Right? It was a very big online company, and we had partners that would do the same thing. So whatever our product was, I won't go into it, whatever our product was, we would have partners in those countries around the world that would basically use our systems, but it might be discounts teacup provider. I don't know, I'm making it up, right? And over there you might have Budder's teacup delivery service. And so everyone, they would have their own web pages and everything, but all their back end would come into the back end systems that they were using was our back end systems, because we were the biggest cup manufacturer in the world. I don't know, I'm making it out. Right? The problem was that these people over here would always blame our system for being slow. Now, to give you an idea, we were an international company. We were running multiple websites off of a 1.5 meg line. Some 25 years ago, right? Now, you're running this, and these people are complaining that the website's slow. We ended up moving everything from our office into a proper data center. Might have had something to do. Let's go from this startup mentality to let's try and do things properly, like move it into a data center where, and I joke not, right? Where some of our production systems were, right, when I joined the company, I joined the company because they bought my company. I worked for another company. We did the similar thing to them. They bought us, and they bought us specifically for licensing. For the licenses that business had. They bought us from that. They brought us over. They brought us our technology over. We were a Windows and Sun Oracle-based system. They were pure Linux. They said within 3 months they would migrate everything that was on here to Linux. Here's the thing. I thought I'd probably be with them for 6 months. I was with them for 14 years. Right? So I was with them for a long time. Within 6 months, we weren't moving everything from Windows Sun Solaris to Linux. We moved from Linux, or they moved from Linux to the Windows Sun Solaris platform because it was inherently way more stable than the majority of the Linux stuff that they were running. Just to point out, I was the main Windows sysadmin, right? I only did Windows sysadmin. I learned Linux. There were 3 Linux admins, right? 3 Linux admins running on their Linux systems on an absolute nightmare in the server room where, and I kid you not, I come back to this, if you turned the microwave, the dishwasher, and the kettle on at the same time, we would lose power to the server room because the main circuit breaker for the floor would trip. I kid you not. This is an international company, right? That when I joined was doing $1 billion turnover. So we're not talking a small turnover company. $1 billion. Yes, exactly, Marius. Exactly. Exactly. Right? And to give you an idea of the state of the server room, so fortunately nobody was allowed to Travis. That didn't happen. Right? That didn't happen because you couldn't get into the server room. There was a PIN number to get into the server room, right? But I have another story about a lawyer who did that and threatened to take the company, a previous company that I was working for, not this one that I'm telling you about now, right? We were a network installation company. We would go and install into small businesses. They rang us up after just having been installed. It was such a new install that I didn't even have the paperwork back. I was covering help desk that morning, right? This lawyer company rings up and they're threatening to sue us for breach of contract and all of this, that, and the other. I ended up going up to their that afternoon, right? Because I couldn't do the fault finding remotely because I didn't have it. I didn't know the setup, right? I couldn't do the fault finding remotely. And the person who I'm dealing with on the other side, right? And this is the kind of businesses that we used to work for before I moved to this other one. The personal assistant who knew a lot about Word, the personal assistant to the MD or the chairman would be the network administrator, because they knew more about Windows, they knew more about Word than anybody else in the business. So they became the network administrator. So trying explaining
Power low.
network issues and trying to do fault finding with someone who is trying really hard, but it's not their skill set, yeah, and they only know how to do macros in Word. I mean, I don't know how to do macros in Word. Some of these people, right? And I went to site and I was going up and down and I was trying to figure it out, and I found out what it was, right? So this lawyer had been on the phone threatening me in the morning, right, about all of this stuff. I went to site, and so I'm having the engineer that installed it, for some reason, I think they were off sick, or there was some reason we couldn't get in touch with them. They hadn't even been back to the office to put the paperwork in, so we knew what the design was, the layout, and all of this stuff, right? So that's how new it was. So it's probably like 2 or 3 days been installed. And I went in and I found the problem. Now there was a shop, and then there were like 4 levels of, so 3 levels and then into the loft, and it was a conversion, and this was a lawyer's, right? So I've gone in and I'm finding it, and because of various constraints, there were multiple switches on the floor, right? And then a backbone between all of them, right? And it all came back to basically, because some parts were working, some parts weren't working. And this is why it was very, very confusing. Once I got there, it's obvious to work out. But I went in and I found, you say about the vacuum cleaner, there was a socket, right? So there was a switch, hub, whatever. And it was only like an 8-port thing, but it was in this office, and it was there, and it had all the cables in, and the power cable had a label on that said, "Do not remove," right? Do not remove. And I found that it had been removed. That broke everything. And I found it, and a CD player had been plugged in its place. And so this lawyer came back from court, and he's like, rah, 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 I run this business, we're going to sue you, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, I found the problem. Once I got here, and had I had the paperwork, but as I say, your business, it's been installed like 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, I've immediately come out, we've solved your problem, right? And I could tell, what was the problem? I said, well, the problem was quite simply this: some idiot has unplugged this socket in this office, and the socket clearly states, "Do not remove." Now, I don't know what idiot can't read that says, "Do not remove," but they plugged the CD player in. Chat. Guess whose office we were in? That's right. We were in his office. He unplugged the switch. He plugged his CD player in. That very intelligent man that takes people to court and stuff. That's why I took great pleasure in saying some idiot unplugged it, because I didn't necessarily know it was his office. I did. Right? What's he going to do? Because some idiot did unplug it. Anyway, going back to the... Right, so they moved. I was there for 14 years. We moved from Linux to Windows. Right? There was 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 racks. Right? 6 racks in this server room on the floor. That sign won't stop me. I can't read exactly. Right? So there's 6 racks. There are 3 Linux administrators running 6 racks. I come in, the number of users suddenly shot up. So now, because they're Linux users and I'm a Windows person, I now have to cover help desk, projects, networking, and 10 racks in a data center rammed full of servers running running Windows. And we did use a third party for the Sun Solaris because we did have in-house people, but they on a scale of 1 to 10 of their knowledge, they were a 5, but we needed people that were 9s and 10s to run the production system. So, that's what we did. Anyway, and I was the young. I was the as the window. Not that this sticks in my craw. Not that I'm bitter at all. But I was the least paid administrator doing the most amount of work across all of the systems, and I end up supporting the Linux systems on it as well. Anyway, sorry, I missed a bit. We had a cleaner came in, unplug our server actor and vacuum the floor. I saw that. I was in Serbia. In a data center company. I was in Serbia in a data center company, and I saw a cleaner come in, unplug something from the wall, literally just unplug something from the wall, plug the vacuum cleaner in. Profanity, I love that one, Neo. We got 2 Neos now. That's going to be awkward. Neo Uni and Neo GP. And they're washing the floor with an electric mop in a data center. They're using, there was so much water on it, and I was just like, oh my god, why are we putting servers in here? Because I didn't have a choice. Some of my exterior pipes ran up to 1,600 degrees C in the solar storm. Whoa, okay. What's the most profanity? I like that one, Neo. When I saw that, I was like, what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like that one. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be swearing about this. I'm not going to lie. So I answered the question, how do I reference those? You reference them exactly the same way. So you come in here, dial, right? So this is your normal game server, normal dial. These are the ones from the mod, right? These don't have a stack. Butter's just trying to troll, and you just reference them as you do with LBN or SBN, and you reference them with a name or just a hash if you've only got one or you want multiple devices to happen at the same time. I hope that helps. The scenario to illustrate the most innocuous thing someone could do to kill an employee is very often the janitorial crew unplugging something to do their work. Yeah, you're not wrong. No, there's a registered name stack, put Posh Peak. So now we're referencing the stack that I was talking about earlier, and everyone was going, no. Where you take your registers, you push them onto the stack, and then you pull them back from the stack. Is that what you're now talking about, Butter? I don't know. Apologies for the ad on Twitch. Meanwhile, let's catch up on chat. Chat's buzzing with real tech tales and cool coding quirks. Neo GP sharing electrical escapades while it's Darth Chaos believes in code magic. I love that. It's magical. It's auto magic. Travis TGR. Travis server swaps saga laughs and Mokmo. I'm sure. Warns of hazardous jazz. I am really not doing a good stop. Made a lot of emergency stops. Yes. Have you seen our power room? That's what I've got. Big, the big console levers. I've got those to turn off power, the parts around the base. Neo Uni drops programming pun, and Butter dives into Stack Overflow trivia. Stack 'em up, folks. Hashtag Tech Talk, hashtag Code Life, hashtag Stationeers. Right, I can't remember what I was doing, chat. This is what happens all the time. We have a good old chat, and then I go, I don't know what I was doing. Oh, that's it. This button doesn't work, does it? Why is this button not working? Right, why is this button not working? Elec mats. Right, is it not talking to the right vending machine? Now we've got... What? This is weird, right? Now we've got an error at line 94. What's... Oh, God, stop doing that. What's at line 94? I bet that's talking to the vending machine. 94, vendor. Vend ingot. What does it not like? Doesn't line 94 vendor? Vendor D5. Have we got it connected? I've lost my screwdriver. I've done it again, chat. Where's my screwdriver? There's my screwdriver. When in doubt, look in a locker. Ah, there we go. That'd be why. Elec Ben. Hey!
You seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill you. You seem a decent fellow.
I hate to die. Thanks, Naz. Right, interesting. We now have copper. Oh, I want to relocate it. We now have gold. Oh my gosh, chat. Ta-da! It works. Just got to label these up now. It's a shame that I've had to move it up. I will eventually change the code so that you press the button, it turns up. It turns up and it just automatically prints. This is, as I say, this is all a learning process. We're going through phases, but we're at a point where we can now start bringing in all the materials. It goes into there, it goes down to the vending machine downstairs. It splits into the two vending machines downstairs. That's set to 500. That's set to 50. I wonder. Right, so we've got nothing in. That's good. I want iron. We have iron. We have 50. Right, let's... set that to 500. I need iron. Ah, 50. Okay. Interesting. Is it that there's only 50? Well, we'll find out. Right, so I need iron. $49. So there's only 50 in there. Okay. I'm quite happy with that. Again, we've made progress on when we started the stream. So now I can set these up. Set the flip-flop up downstairs so that it equally shares amongst all of them. The disadvantage is you have 100 Electrum, it's going to go 25, 25, 25, 25. And then when that's used up, you're going to have to put more in, and then it will split it 4 ways. At the moment, I am going to change it, and I'm going to work out how... This is it. I want to get this in a workable state so that we can move away from the build base. So we actually start using this base properly. The fabrication room properly. I really don't like that, though. It's annoying. I like this because this is a nice height. This is too high. I've noticed that's upside. What I did try was putting a console down here. I mean, I suppose I could... the console would go there. Do I have the console? So I did play with the idea of something like this. So these are the different types of consoles that you can make. All different types. Right, so a word of advice. If you're going to use this, right, do you notice that this console has power and data and it's got the pluses around it, right? So that's got power and data. The plus is you can add consoles to it. So for instance, that console, you could put a console on the top and add consoles to the side. So I could put 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'd only in theory need 1 data and 1 power cable, right? But this one for whatever reason doesn't have data or power on, so you'd have to find a console that does have data and power. Again, this one doesn't have data or power on, but you see it's got the pluses. So you could have a console that does have data and power back on to this one, and in this, and it would all become one unit. And you can also hang them from the ceiling. And then you can get this. So you could put a console down, put that on the wall, which is what I've done in the power station. But it won't work by itself. You'll need another console to go with it. And then you can get them so that they're actually a double side, so that they'll come through both sides, but they act as different displays. I'm really not a fan of that. As I say, I did try playing with... Where are you? Where are you? There's so many. I did contemplate playing with this. So that actually still works, doesn't it? Having the console there. I'd have to rerun the cables here. Let's just see what happens. change my power over before I actually... Egg, that. Grab my snips. Okay, that's powered up. Let's get console. Yeah, you won't see it printing. You won't really see it printing, but you can see here and you can see here. What do you reckon, chap? Because I can't have it any lower because this is actually taller than this one. This I think's fine, but this is just annoying because it's just bigger. Actually, I don't know what this one looks like. Yes, I probably actually want. Move it over, actually. Make it closer to. Do. Hey, won't go on there. Is there cable? There's frame under. Okay. There is so much more we could do with the side. I was expecting this to need to be a lot bigger. No, I wasn't expecting it to be able to get away with it being smaller. Part of the thing was I was expecting to need a massive area downstairs for various pipe runs and the chute runs. Oh, you need a frame below. Oh. Watch. I'll tell you what, no, we will do it 2 frames over. It just gives us a lot more. Well, it's not like we've got to worry about room. Yes, the reason why I couldn't build it, because there wasn't a frame as opposed to there was a frame. Oh, really? I mean, yes, really. Okay then. Let's get that. There. Frame. Where there were multiple frames. Boop. Boop. Hope I don't have to take up the floor. Or take the printer up and put the printer back down again. Too many times. Right, so we're going to come up. 1, 2, so in this frame. Want it to weave towards the back. The wall. The wall. Ugh. I got more stuff. I have more stuff. Yeah, I have steel. It's funny how grey this white looks. Okay, so that's there. What's the other one? Pipe bender, isn't it? Pipe bender. Oops. I have summoned the gold too many times. Building 1. I mean, I guess that one could do with being bigger. Especially, I guess if it's here, it's going to be easier to read, isn't it? I think is the argument. Vending machine. Oh, the vending machines. I still have 7 vending machines. That's sorted. Vending machine. Oh, come on, hurry up. Sometime today will be good. Do 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 do. Oh, okay. You're not done yet. Come on, hurry up. Brent. Wow, this is taking its time. Yep, that's all gone back. 1 hydraulic pipe. Oh god. That's what that is, isn't it? Oh well. Well, we've got a spare one now. That's not what I want. I want the tools. Yeah, having that there would be better. Need some more iron. As I say, we're doing stuff one step at a time. I want to get this working. And then we can start working in here. And making life a little bit easier for ourselves. Especially as we then can just walk away and go, right, make 100 pipes. I'm moving that forwards. There isn't anything underneath there, is there? Oh no, frames are actually under there. Okay. Tool manufacturing. Tool printer mod. Yeah, I'm going to move those down. It will just make life that much easier. Especially having that work through. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, we're out of them. Excellent. Thanks, Butter. You see, I play the game, I stream, and Butter carries me through the game. He's not friendly, but it's added to the solar IC. Okay. There's a welder. There's a welder. Iron sheets. Five iron sheets. Yep. Four cables. Plastic sheets.
Thanks for the raid urban_venture, and welcome you 31 lovely people.
Wow. Urban, thank you very much for the raid. How you doing?
Intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert, intruder alert.
Automatic defense procedures initiated.
Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? Hope you are all well. Welcome. I'm Red Munchkin Gaming. I am a variety streamer. I stream engineering, survival, spacey, story-type games. And we do love having a good old chat at the same time and squirreling me off doing other things because, well, hey, it's fun to do that, isn't it? Welcome along. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your Vintage story. I think you were doing vintage story. Yes, you were doing vintage story. How was your vintage story today? Iron sheet. What did I do with my... What did I do with my iron sheets? Here's my iron sheets. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I said that. But people definitely, if you don't already follow Urban, then you definitely should. He's an awesome streamer. Does all kinds of things, including KSP and stuff like that. Oh, it didn't. Why can we not hear that? Ah, I am very sorry about that. Sure was. Finally got enough copper for an anvil, so now we're out looking for all the other metals. Nice. Red streams from wet data centers. You heard it. Why didn't I hear it? Why didn't I hear it? I have no idea why you heard it and I didn't hear it. But there we go. At least it's working. Red has that famous selective hearing loss. Shush. Shush. Have you been talking to my wife again? Have you? Have you been talking to my wife again? We've had words about that, Relip. We've had words, right? How you doing anyway? The base is coming along. We are learning. We are slowly learning. We are optimizing things. Because there wasn't enough explosions. Does it... Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it in here? Oh, we've lost it. Right, okay. You have to look at this. Is it... if I duplicate... and we go to my channel. And we go... Oh, look! Red Machine Gaming September recap. Let's see what we've done this month. I don't know what we've done. Flash video. There we go. No? No, it's not that one. Where's it gone? Where's the clips? Oh, good grief. Where is it? Not analytics, community content. There we go. Clips. Ah! Look at it that way. Proof that red is drowned in disguise. Wow. There we go. Where is it? Come on. I want to copy it. Oh, this is taking far too long. Chair. There we go. Copy link. Sorry, this is taking far too long. Right. Check out that. This is what we did today. This is what we did today. I didn't say that, but it's interesting that you did. I will update the deep miner solar, the heavy solar. Try to add the sub. I will update miner solar to heavy solar panel. Right. And try to add the centrifuge to the solar IC. Okay.
Everything's on fire!
Everything is on fire. It's true. Yeah, so basically what we've done now is we've refined and refined. There's still more refining to be done for the code. And what we're doing is we've written code that can go on one chip. So this chip can be for the lathe. This could be for the electronics, atmosphere, and tools. And you do select the machines, but also there's more stuff going on than you can do with the pins, right? So we then have to have stuff labeled. But I've done it in such a way that you only have to go in and change some names at the top of the code to allow you to then use the chip for something else. So that took a little while to do. And then, as it's me, you know, the whole squirreling, talking, stories, all of this stuff. So we've been going, what, 6 hours? 5.5 hours. I probably, if I wasn't streaming, I could probably have done it in about 2 hours. Because I'm streaming, add another 3.5 hours onto that. As I said in, I think it was in either Jim's or Discount stream this morning. You know, I can accomplish things so much quicker when I'm not streaming. When my brain's not going in about 4 different directions at the same time. Plastic sheet. And screwdriver. But hopefully we're almost at a point where I can get this all up and running. Building a base, 2 hours. Red story time, 3.5 hours. Yes, yes, and yes. And then working and making these things nice work. And then go, no, it's not good enough. And now we're going to redo it all to be out here. Because we can. Right, so that means that console. Gonna go there. Eventually. Do I need 5 solar panels? I think we've been using 4. But maybe that's the reason why some of the solar panels are degraded. While we're not getting the stuff that we think, the power we should be getting out of them, because of the whole damage that they've been taking. That's working. Oh, have I got another console? Do I not have another console? But yeah, so what I've been able to do is basically do this, right? So we then say, right, what I want, mod. It's basic at the moment, okay? It is basic. Right, I want one of them. So we come here, that says 1. Right, it tells us I need copper. Press it, it delivers copper. Tells us we need electrum. Need steel. Silicon. Right, so now we've got all the materials. Now we can just press print. So it's printing. And it will only print 1. This is a bit difficult to see. But this is why I'm moving it down here. And then what it does is it returns all of the ingots. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to do that with the way that it's set up at the moment, because each of these has a vending machine. You put the ingots in there, it's split between the 2 vending machines, and the next step is it will be split between 4 vending machines. And then what I'm going to do is the next step in the code is to, because I'm learning how to do the code and trying to run before you can walk, you know, we'd never get anywhere and get very frustrated. So the next step will be 1 vending machine with 4 chips all talking to that 1 vending machine to deliver, and talking to 3 more sorters to go from the vending machine and then go through sorter 1 and go to either group 1 or group 2, and then come down to the next sorter, which then does either printer 3 or printer 4. Yeah, or comes through and it says group 2, and then it comes off, or sorry, group 1, and it goes printer 1, printer 2, and then when it's finished printing, it sends the ingots back. So you always have the maximum number of ingots that you can have in the vending machine, and so you're not ending up with this one having electrum, because you know, electrum of 100, because you put 25 in or you put 100 in and it's split between 4 machines, and then this machine runs out of electrum, so you put another 100 in, so this now ends up with 25, but this has now got 50 50 50 50. Oh, it's run out of electrum again. You put another 25 in, 25 75 75 75. Yeah, so you're wasting it. So by the ingots going back to a central vending machine, you will always have, in theory, the maximum number, you know, the maximum available materials. That's the plan anyway. Now I've scrolled. I was building these, wasn't I? So we're going to do the same thing. Did I print? I wanted to print that off. And also I'm going to upgrade this. So you press that you want to print something, it will deliver the materials all, rather than me having to keep pressing the button. And then once the materials are all there, it will print the number that you want. Good thing is, the way the code's written, it will compare this number, and it should do, even if you change it, it should change the number that it's going to print out. There's one. Oh, okay. Oh. But that's going to print those out. That sorter is set to 100, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Or sleep. The best way is the sleep. Sleep is where your brain takes in everything that you've done during the day and processes it and then stores it. So sleep does help you learn, but not actively learn. It's funny because you've figured out half the system I want to make that I've never finished. I want a system that sorts, smelts, distributes materials automatically. I figured out the sort and smelt, but I was in the middle of distribution design when Rocket Works broke your last save. So one of the things that we're going to do is, so this is where we're doing the smelting. So because there's two of us doing it, we each have our own little project. Right? The Butter's going around and doing little things. Some things that I said I was going to do, but then because I'm squirreling,
Warning.
that's our hangar for the rover that got destroyed. So I said I was going to do I was going to do various bits and pieces, like write the code for the silos, and write the code for this and write the code for that. And because I enjoy doing that, and I also enjoy building and doing the engineering work. But because, as we just said, right, it takes me, you know, I could do something in 2 hours that takes me at least 5 hours when I'm streaming, possibly longer, especially when it's doing code, because you're sitting here and I've got, I don't know, 20, 30 people watching me, and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to have a conversation, and my brain goes, this is what I want to do right now, so this is what I want to do, and rather than just focusing on this bit, which is what I'm doing at the moment, focus on this bit, it now goes and it's going down here and it's doing iterations of, right, what I also want to do is I want to make sure it does it this so that it becomes efficient, and then I need to do this, make it more efficient, and then I can do this and make it more efficient. And so I then start getting into this paralysis loop, because my brain's just going. So this is why I've stopped and gone, right, this is what we're doing for phase 1, this is what we're doing for phase 2, this is what we're doing for phase 3. Now we're going to take everything that we've learned and probably rewrite the whole thing, and whereas, you know, we're at 100 lines, we might be able to get it done in, I don't know, let's say 20, 30 lines. That would be my goal. I don't know that we're going to achieve it, but, you know, it would be nice. And then had to have the code, coming back to our conversation earlier about something, reusing code. I probably would reuse this code, but I might put it and look at it and then use it as an inspiration point to then make better code. So I want the logical. That. I use signs to keep organised as far as what projects I want to work on. Written to-do list. Yeah, but that involves me printing signs. You're not wrong, right? I have. So I have. When I was doing code, I kept getting stuck, right? So the code for opening and closing a door using a button is dumb, right? Basically, what you have to look at is you have to look at the state of the door and then the state of, I think, activate, and then based on what they are, you have to invert them, and then that will open or close the door. And it took a long time, with Butter being very patient and trying to explain it to me, for me to get, oh, you basically look at this, you look at that, and you invert it. It took me a long time to get that. And then I'm sitting here the setting is the desire to open without opening in logic mode. Yeah, well, that's another way of doing it. But basically, the way Butter put it was, basically, if the door is open and you press this button, this will be the opposite number. And it made sense. But what I then had to do, you won't see it because it's written in green pen. I have a notepad here. It's a plastic notepad, and I use erasable pens. So I then write, and I was sitting here and I was trying to figure out, how do I so when the door is open but the value is 0, which means that it's closed, but that's now open, and now I've got to and trying to do it all in my head was just like, man. So I got the pen out and the paper out and went right, in this state this is what I need to do, in this state I need to do this, when this happens that's going to be this, that's going to, and then so I do have the pad and paper, but I don't use it as often as I should. That is definitely the case. That is definitely the case. Right, I need you to go into the ground. And it's like, where I used to work, the idea was to keep a logbook of the stuff that you've done and changes that you've done and all of this. Yeah, best intentions and all of that. I started trying to do that here, but then it just didn't work for me. Oh, I should have done that, shouldn't I? Can't do that. Yeah, for me, I find just sitting here talking to myself, okay, when this is true, this is what. So that's when you're talking to the duck, when you're explaining it to the duck. So keeping it up here in your head can be difficult. I've got a problem and I cannot get my head around the problem, right? So in my case, in this particular instance, talk to the dinosaur. So the dinosaur is here. And I explained to the dinosaur, I'm trying to do this. And this is how this is what I need to do. And because you're then taking it out and you're explaining what you're trying to do, or you're explaining the problem that you've got, I can't seem to get the door to open. I can't, by talking it out to the duck, as it's called, or in my case, the dinosaur, or in my case, the chat. And Discount does this a lot. Discount doesn't realize he does it, but maybe he does realize he does it, but he talks to the duck a lot, as well as talking to chat. And it's a way of processing it. So you're processing it differently to I have a problem. You're now explaining the problem. And because you're explaining the problem is outside of your head. And because you're talking it through, sometime, or more often than not, the comes along. People who don't know what you're doing do, yeah, exactly. They do make pretty good ducks. Yes. I talk to chat. I do find that chat does ignore me a lot, though. But that's fine, because I'm probably on a secondary screen and they're playing a game. They're trying to do their own coding. They're trying not to blow up their base. Or in Discount's case, he's probably in the kitchen making dinner that we would all be jealous of. Oh, Discount. Discount. You Discount. Yesterday, Mrs. Red made... We're not always really bright ducks. Hey, I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily the brightest spark in the book. Me, because I say something and make it worse. I didn't say that, Butter. I did not say that. I did not say that. I don't know if Discount's still here. He's probably disappeared again. I did that for working out litre to... I completely missed that. Setting as a pen and paper is an amazing tool. Yeah, I did that for working out litre to litre ratio of fuels, only to realise I could have just done it in molar. Right, yes. You see it. Fair enough. You see it. You said it. You see it. That's fine. So Discount, you did a cooking stream ages and ages and ages ago. And I was like, what's that you're using? And he was using a silicon mat. So Discount, he does cooking all the time. Right? And he constantly says, oh, I'm making bread. To the point that when he does these streams, I'm like, oh, you really make me want to make bread. And then when I go, and it's like, I make such a mess of it. And it's... Anyway, he inspires me to cook. And I don't do it very well. I just make it. But I got, because you had one, you influencer, I got a silicon mat. Mrs. Red yesterday was making a chicken and bacon and white sauce. I don't know, white wine, white sauce pie. I don't know what the sauce was. And I was saying, oh, you know, that's fine. Could you make, when you make the pies, could you make the really thin crust on the top? Because I love when you're doing it. You know, this is, you know, I'm not complaining about the cooking. Don't get me wrong, but when you do the cooking, the pie crust is so thick that it's like that's the pie crust and that's the pie. Could you make it a little bit thinner? She said, well, she can't because it sticks to the work surface, and she's putting the flour down and rolling it out and putting the flour down. I said, why don't you use the silicon mat? And you wouldn't need the flour then. Like, well, where is it? So we hunted around, we found it, we used it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Game changer. Apart from the fact that the silicon mat was sitting on the work surface that still had flour powder on, and so as you're rolling it, the silicon mat's sliding on the on the work surface on the flour. But it made it so different, and it was like and you could pull it off, and it didn't, and it was really thin. So because it was like, well, you do the rolling then. So okay, I did rolling, right? So I pulled it off, and it didn't fall apart, and it's like, right, okay. This is now, throw the box away. This is now going to be put in a drawer that we can, you know, where we can actually get at it, rather than some cupboard stuck right in the back. At some point, I am going to go and make bread and make the little rolls that you make. Discount, I think you should do some more, you know, do another couple of streams and do cooking. Show us mere mortals how it's done. He even, chat, he takes this so seriously, he even has a chef's top. That's how seriously he takes his cooking. And I think he's got a hat as well. Not that he wears it when he's cooking. Right. The vending machines. Oh, these mini poppadoms. They're really catching my throat. Is it not in this one? I thought it was in that one. Okay. Might see if the kids want to do something over half term. Those DE streams, they are really good. I recommend you give DE a follow. There we go. Yeah, this is spamming. Send me everything. I've now got everything. Right, print it. I don't want 10. No, 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 no. It just stopped. I was too quick on the zeros. It's sending everything down. I wonder about using... I haven't used the powered chutes. I wonder if using the powered chutes would mean stuff moves a lot quicker. So that's printing. I'm going to need lots of chutes. I've got cable. I'm going to need steel sheets, I think. I've got plastic. I've got cable. Oh, we might have to fix that as well. Right, that's one vending machine. Oh, we run out of electrum. Okay. Note to self, don't let Ren make deep miner outpost. Why? Why? What have I done wrong now? I mean, if you've gone to the iron one, that was the first one I built. I didn't know what I'm doing. Don't blame me. Not my fault. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. That's the up there, is it? Oh, fine. See, everyone's a critic, especially Butter. He's always a critic. He's always criticising me. He's always picking on me. Not fair. There's the welder. The welder order. 2 plastic sheets. I put those in my hand. Cable. You had to rewire everything so that it would work the way you want it to work. That's down to you, not me. Yeah, that's you. That sounds like a you problem. Right, okay, we've got to rework. That's gonna... Yep. And that way. 1, 2. Hey. Ah, well. Close. Use a window. I don't want to use 2 windows. Right. Okay. Thanks for coming along, Urban. Appreciate the raid. Enjoy the rest of your day. Peeps, again, if you haven't already followed Urban, definitely give him the follows. Worth your while. I have a speaker there. I want a flip-flop. Yeah, that's a feed up. Oh, you. Why do you have to be that way round? That is just a little bit frustrating. The way that's coming around. La la la. Right then. So comes down. Right. So then. Down a little bit. We do block 1. What we do? Yeah. I get it. Yes, I was working on it. Got that. Piggy, Geneva or gin as we call it. What? Originally concocted by a Dutch medical professor in pursuit of blood cleanser. The spirit was destined for drugstore shelves before becoming a popular alcoholic beverage. What is it? Wow. I never knew that. Okay, so that being the case, we'll need to run this. What we'll do... My dinner turned up, so I'm going to eat that in a sec. Turn the AC off. Stop it from having a cold draft on. Gin! Oh, there you go. I never knew that. I've probably seen that a couple of times, and I still haven't learned my lesson. Right, okay. Just trying to make this make sense. The tonic part of the gin and tonic. Go. So, that's a junction. So there. Like the right one. We go right, so it comes down, it flip-flops. Half of it goes to that section, half of it comes to this section. Could potentially turn that. Look at that. Right, okay. There is to do. Upgrade with the arc furnace. I don't think you'll have enough power. Is the problem there. I think that'll be a problem. 5 solar panels. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Right. Ladles and jelly spoons, peeps and peeps chat. Whoever is out there, thank you very much for coming along. I appreciate all of your faces. Thank you to the awesome people going up the middle of your screen. The bits, the tips, the subs, the resubs, gift subs, and memberships and membership pluses, trades, tips, bits, and just generally dealing with me. Thank you for Butter for carrying me through the stream, as always. And thank you to me for being me. No. Thank you to the mods for coming along and being mods. If you're on the YouTubes, underneath me should be a video a suggestion from YouTube. And please remember to like and subscribe. That would be very, very helpful. And we're going to say goodbye to YouTubes in a second. I do stream Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. And I try and stream on a Thursday, and sometimes there's some other bonus ones. If you follow on the Discord, that will definitely let you know. And also you can follow on the Blue Skies, and I do occasionally post there as well. Yeah, so look after your loved ones, give your loved ones a hug, look after yourselves, give your loved ones a hug, and I'll see you tomorrow, because tomorrow's Tuesday. Thanks everyone on YouTube's. Bye-bye. On Twitch, hang on Twitch. Right, Twitch. We're doing a raid. We're going to do a raid. The raid call is Lock Up Your Snacks. It is a Munchkin